and a number of staff members presenting their papers at the conference. And at that stage already, we have invited the Northern Cape Department of Education as a key as a stakeholder in education to also be part of the event. And that event was also well attended by them. So the aim and the idea behind the conference was to create a platform for our students to present their research, to talk about their research, and to disseminate the research findings. Because as researchers, we have a responsibility to give feedback to the people that we got the information from and to report back. And that is what the aim of this conference is also basically about. Because our students in particular are supposed and they are obliged to give report to the Department of Education, to give a report to the schools that they were involved in during the research. So this is part of that process of getting them to report back and to give back on what they have done. The vision of the, when we started out, we had a vision of making this a regional conference where we would involve the other two universities around us, our neighboring universities. It's still our vision, and we are working towards that. But I think, in a way, Prof, we have exceeded that, because today we are not only a Kimberley and a Northern Cape conference, we are, in a way, also an international conference, because we have, and we people, and we are supposed to have people on the platform that are from the Northern Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University. We have students from Ethiopia. We have colleagues and students from various universities in the country, UniZulu, UJ, WITS. We have representatives from CUT here. So this very small conference has grown, and it has grown to the extent that we have in 2023. So whilst we are still working to realize the vision of making this a regional university, we are already seeing the potential of this initiative by having international and national delegates presented at this conference. We have joining us today Prof. Yusuf Wahid, a distinguished professor in philosophy, one of the very known scholars, one of the very well-known scholars in the academe in South Africa amongst academics. We have representatives from the Northern Cape Department of Education. We have representatives from the Northern Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University. Our Dean of the Faculty of Education, Prof. Diale, academics from the faculty and the wider SPU, colleagues, and our special guests here today, it's our students. I want to welcome you at this conference, and we really hope that this day will be used for the purpose of which it was intended to. And we hope that you will, even as students, get a sense of scholarship and get a sense of what it takes to be an academic and a researcher. And that you will also use this opportunity to, amongst yourself, with the academics that are here today, that you start conversations, that you engage with us, that you engage with each other, so that you are able to foster and establish collaborations and links that, specifically for our students, would enable you to pursue a higher degree, to pursue a doctoral degree, and to become the academic and to become one of the academics and the scholars that we so need in the South African higher education. So welcome to all of you. I hope I didn't leave anybody out, but you are here and you are welcome. Then just a few announcements, colleagues. It is Mandela Day tomorrow, and we have requested that you bring at least one piece of clothing to donate to the bank, the clothing bank of the faculty. If you did so, we want to assure you that these clothes will be made available to our students in need. And in that spirit, we want to thank you for your contribution towards our clothing bank. Your contribution will make a huge difference in the lives of our students. In terms of other arrangements for the day, the restrooms, when you go out, you will see arrows that will be directing you towards the restrooms and to venue T022 and T023. So just as you go out into the corridor, you turn left, and there you will be directed towards the restrooms and towards the additional venues. Auditorium B is next door. Lunch and tea will be served in room T110. It's on the first floor. All conference activities will take place in terms of the presentations on ground floor, and the lunch will be served on first floor. And there's a staircase or a lift that you can take to the venue where the lunch will be served. We have student assistants in the venues to assist you should you run into trouble. All plenaries will be in this venue as indicated on the program. So the book launch, the keynote address and all that will happen here. And then after the plenaries, we break into the different sessions and join the sessions in the different rooms. We have a few presentations online as well, which will be managed in that fashion. We ask that it's actually a bit late now to ask that we stick to the allocated time, because we are not sticking to the allocated time. But when we are in the venues and with the program, let us try and stick to the allocated time so that we can manage the day and the program well. Colleagues, we really hope that you enjoy the day, and we really wish and hope that our colleagues and friends from all over the world, if I can talk in the fashion that the Americans are talking, all over the world, that they will also be able to join us and to be part of this conference. Thank you very much, colleagues, and enjoy the day. Right. To continue then with the program, we have our opening speaker, Prof. Boitumelo Diale, who will be talking to us on the title, Bridging Horizons, Transforming Rural Education Landscapes Through Inclusive Innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Prof. Diale, our Dean of the Faculty of Education. Thank you, Prof.
Right. Thank you. Dumelang, Sanibonani, Molweni, Goeiemorgen, good morning. My favorite greeting, it's in isiZulu, Sanibonani, because of the value behind the word, meaning I see you. And when you respond, saying sawubona, or I see you too, because it is important to actually acknowledge people that they are there, they are warm bodies, and they are part of this. I think I just want to add, while we have welcomed people from all over the world, it is important for me to acknowledge high academics that we invited that are online from University of Western Cape. We also have colleagues that we've invited, that we are our collaborators, all the way from Ethiopia, University of Debre Marcos, and we've got some colleagues from the University of Nigeria. We welcome you all online. Thank you so much. Having to talk about bridging the horizons and transforming educational landscapes through inclusive innovation becomes a very challenging topic, in the sense that I think we have learned in many things in this country that we could have the best of ideas as well as we've got the best of policies. But our implementations are really struggling. So before I even say my talk, I hope that through your center, Dr. Kevin, we are not just going to have beautiful papers and policies drafted, but through you and our colleagues from the Department of Education, we are going to implement what we say. We can never ever touch society or have societal impact if we still sit on our own, tell ourselves our own stories, but don't talk to the world out there. I have to take the fall as a dean in this one, but I hope we will do better next year, because in such an event, if we have to do societal impact, we should have invited society to be part of this event. And I promise you, moving forward, we will have community people being part of such events. It is my profound privilege to welcome you to this transformative gathering, where we embark on a journey to explore the new frontiers that define our educational landscape. As we stand at the threshold of unprecedented times and the unprecedented changes, we gather not merely as educators, but as architects of tomorrow's learning environment. The theme of our conference, New Frontiers in Education, Innovative Practices, Emerging Challenges and Opportunities for Growth, speaks to the very essence of our mission as a faculty of education. Today, I want to share with you a vision that bridges the horizons between where we are and where we need to be. A vision that transforms educational landscapes through inclusive innovation. Why is it important? What is the imperative for transformation in this country? The truth is, we live in an era where traditional boundaries of education are dissolving. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated changes that were already brewing beneath the surface, revealing both the fragility and resilience of our education system. More importantly, it highlighted the persistent inequalities that have long plagued our field. Inequities that are particularly pronounced in rural communities and among neurodiverse learners. And people might ask, okay, where does the last part of neurodiverse where learners come in? It is because I am a researcher in the neurodiversity space, but beyond being a researcher, I am an adult living with a neurodiverse disorder. So for me, it is important. But also the issues of rurality and rural communities are important. And there is no better place to be able to deal with this except where we are at the Sol Plaatje University. As educators, we are called to be bridge builders. We must bridge the gap between the urban privilege and the rural potential, between conventional pedagogy and neurodiverse affirming practices, between theoretical knowledge and practical application. This bridging is not merely about connecting elements or disparate elements. It is about creating new syntheses that honor the full spectrum of human learning potential. And I have to say, colleagues, when we talk about bridging the privilege, the gap between the urban privilege and rural potential, when I moved to the Northern Cape, when I moved to Kimberley, coming from Johannesburg, where it took me an hour and a half to go to work, whereas in normal circumstances, I should be taking 20 minutes to go to the office. But because of traffic, it took me an hour and a half. Coming to Kimberley and realizing that anything, anywhere I want to go is within 10 minutes was like heaven to me. So at least I can promise my faculty members that because of that, I'll still stay in Kimberley. But that talks basically to saying there are things that we can celebrate, even though we are in a rural context. There are things that we can actually teach the world how to survive and how to live, even if we're in this context. We need to begin to look at how do we then transform rural education from isolation to innovation. Our faculty is committed to rural education, which stems from a fundamental belief that geographical location should never determine the quality of educational opportunity. Rural communities face unique challenges, yes, we know. There are limited resources, there is shortage of teachers, there are technological gaps, and the persistent brain drain that pulls talent away from these areas. Yet within these challenges lie extraordinary opportunities for innovation. And we need to ensure that as we teach those students in our classes who are from this province, we also teach them that it is okay to stay and work here. I met a student that I didn't even recognize early in the year in February at North Cape Mall. And she came to me, Professor Del, Professor, I thought it was a Sol Plaque student. Then says, do you still remember me? No, I don't. You were my lecturer at UJ. I said, oh, so what are you doing here? She said, no, Kimberley is home. Oh, that's good. Did you really leave Joburg for Kimberley? I said, yes. No, I can't. I can never come back to Kimberley. I said, so what are you doing? She says, no, I'm on maternity leave. But when my maternity leave finishes, I'm going back to Joburg. And the big question is, how do we change that mindset? How do we begin to develop? What is it that we need to bring for the young child, for the youth, for young scholars, or even young employees to say there is space for them in the rural spaces for them to survive? And it is not everything that happens or everything that is good that happens in the urban areas. We need to consider the revolutionary potential of place-based learning in rural context. When students study watershed management while living near actual watersheds, when they explore agricultural science in farming communities, when they examine local history through oral tradition passed down through generations, learning becomes authentic, relevant, and deeply meaningful. We therefore have to be champions of innovative practices that will leverage the rural assets. We are to go out there, and to my leadership here, this is a project that I'm challenging you on. We are going to go out, we are going to get cars, or buses for that matter, that we are going to turn into laboratories that will go around in the Northern Cape. But also besides laboratories, we need libraries. We can create mobile libraries. And surely the Mercedes-Benzes of the world are sitting out there and saying, if they don't ask us, we won't give. So we need to go and knock in these doors. We need to go and ask. My Bible says, ask and you will be given, and you shall be given. I don't know if yours says something different. So we must create these pathways that allow students to pursue advanced education while maintaining connections to their communities. This means developing distance learning programs that are pedagogically sound, technologically accessible, and culturally responsive. It means creating entrepreneurial programs that help students envision how their education can contribute to rural economic development. As a faculty, through the newly established Center for Advancement of Rural and Inclusive Education Research, with our director, Dr. Daisy, can they see you that you are the director, not here only, but you also are the director of the center? Thank you, sir. Through our career, we hope to navigate through these uncharted territories and to ensure that every child in the rural space has some form of education. And unless we intentionally make these moves, we'll never be able to reach SDG goals, especially goal number 4. We are in 2025. We only have got 5 years to SDG 2030. But I don't know how much we've done or whether we have even moved. So I urge you as a faculty, I urge you as friends online, I urge you as my collaborators from the Department of Education. Yes, it might just be 5 years that are left, but at least let us get to 2030 and say, we might have failed to start on time, but we didn't fall flat down. We did something and we are moving forward. As I get into concluding, I want to say, innovative practices in neurodiversity affirming education include various ways of us understanding the children and the students that we teach. And it is through universal design for learning principles that will benefit all children, that will benefit all students who are within the neurodiverse spectrum. We need to begin to look at strength-based career counseling that identifies and develops exceptional abilities often presented in neurodiverse individuals. Wow, what is it or how can we leverage that? I think one of our biggest assets that COVID gave to us was the effective use of technology. So while we have pains about COVID, while we lost the loved ones, while we feel we lost time, but we gained also. So one of the big things that we gained was technology as an equalizer. In both rural education and neurodiversity support, technology emerges as a powerful equalizer. Artificial intelligence, and I know I talk about artificial intelligence, but in my head and the people I work with in terms of AI, we have chosen to call it augmented intelligence because it is not artificial, but it augments what we know and what we have. So augmented intelligence helps us to begin to understand that the experiences of people can be adapted to individual processing styles and learning paces. Virtual and augmented realities, Dr. Witz would know because he's already in that program. Virtual and augmented realities can bring experiences to rural students that would otherwise be impossible. Assistive technologies can level the playing field for neurodiverse people. However, we must be cautious about technological determinism. Technology is a tool, not a solution. The human element, the warm body sitting here, is the one that can show a caring teacher, a supportive peer, an understanding administrator, a loving parent. And that always will remain unreplaceable. So never be shaken by the fact that the technology that's happening will replace us. Even when computers were the size of this room, and then people thought they are going to lose their jobs, but they still had their jobs. Technology is a tool, and it is made to support us, not to take over. Our challenge is to integrate technology in ways that enhance rather than replace our human connectivity. As we explore these frontiers, we must simultaneously prepare educators who can navigate them effectively. This requires fundamental changes in teacher education programs. We need educators who understand rural contexts, who appreciate neurodiversity, who can leverage technology meaningfully, and who view challenges as opportunities for innovation. Professional development must be ongoing and adaptive. We must create learning communities where educators in rural areas can connect with peers, where teachers supporting neurodiverse learners can share strategies, and where innovation is celebrated and scaled. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, our exploration of the new frontiers in education is fundamentally about democracy. Education is the great equalizer, the foundation for democratic society, and the pathway to individual and collective flourishing. When we improve rural education, we strengthen democracy by ensuring that all communities have access to quality learning opportunities. When we support learners in rural areas, we affirm the democratic principle that every individual has value and potential. This democratic imperative will be beautifully explored in our keynote address on postgraduate studies in education as democratic praxis. The connection between democracy and education is not merely theoretical, it is practical, agent, and transformative. We therefore call you for an action that as we embark into this conference, I challenge each and every one of you to think expansively about the new frontiers before us. How can we transform the challenge of rural education into opportunities for place-based innovation? How can we reframe neurodiversity from a deficit model to a strength-based approach? How can we leverage technology to bridge divides rather than widening them? The opportunities for growth are limitless. We can create educational systems that are more inclusive, more innovative, more responsive, and a full spectrum of human potential is taken care of. We can prepare learners who are not just academically prepared, but also socially conscious, culturally grounded, and ready to contribute to their communities. We need to be aware that while we are striving and being challenged by the whole issue of climate change, there is a need to educate our youth. Because I am currently involved in a research on climate change and mental health. And you can never believe how many youth are really getting into depression, how many youth have tried to commit suicide purely linked, research shows purely linked to climate change because of the things that are happening. So unless we become conscious of how are we contributing to killing our environments, we can never be able to make a change. The horizons we seek to bridge are not distant landscapes. They are spaces between our current reality and our collective potential. Every rural student who accesses quality education can transition successfully to meaningful careers. Every innovative space that emerges from our collaborative effort, these are bridges we build together. As we move forward in this conference, let us commit to being bridge builders. Let us embrace the challenges as opportunities, the differences as strengths, and the frontiers as innovations and invitations to the new beginning. The future of education is not predetermined. It is what we create together. Thank you for your dedication to this transformative work. I look forward to the rich discussions, innovative ideas, and collaborative solutions that will emerge from our time together. Let us begin this journey of bridging horizons and transforming educational landscapes through inclusive education and inclusive innovation. Welcome all. Re a le amogela, se a namogela. Welcome. Having said that, allow me to introduce our keynote speaker today. Are we good? Okay. Our keynote speaker today is Prof. Yusuf Wahid, and I am going to read Prof. Wahid's biographical note. Yusuf Wahid is a distinguished African philosopher of education with 3 doctorates from the University of the Western Cape and Stellenbosch University. Does anyone want to negotiate with me that Prof. Wahid can sell you one of the doctorates? I'll be the middleman. He holds 3, so we can sort of buy 2. Prof. Wahid, you've heard that I've put your 2 doctorates on sale. We need them somewhere here. Prof. Wahid is a tenured professor since 2002. He served as a distinguished professor at Stellenbosch from 2014 to 2023 and was conferred an emeritus status in 2024. His prolific output includes 457 publications. Faculty, did you hear that? Not 54, 457 publications. 68 books. Not book chapters, books. Okay? And edited volumes. 98 invited chapters. 246 journal articles. He has supervised 35 PhD candidates and examined 64 doctorates. In recognition of his mentorship, he received the Education Research in Africa Award, ADIA, in 2015 and holds a B1 rating from the National Research Foundation of South Africa. B1 rating. We hear that, ne? I'll explain one day to those who don't understand B1 rating. He has chaired Stellenbosch's Department of Education Policy Studies twice, and twice served as a Dean of the Faculty of Education. From 2025 to 2028, he will be the Professor Emeritus, the Professor Extraordinary at UNISA, and a visiting professor at Sol Plaatje University Faculty of Education. A leading voice in African higher education philosophy, his work on Ubuntu and communal ethics has profoundly reshaped educational discourse and practice. I have to say, when I sent my colleagues, my peers, and friends outside this invitation, they said to me, we wouldn't have attended your conference. You have Prof. Wahid there, who will be online. So to friends that are online that I know really attended to hear Prof. Wahid, I hope after Prof. Wahid, you still join us in the rest of the conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me the opportunity to welcome Prof. Wahid, who will be online and presenting his keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much.
The sound is not coming through. Why is the sound not coming through? It's fine. Oh, it's fine.
Hello?
Prof, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Prof.
Can you hear me?
We are establishing the sound.
I could hear Professor Diali loud and clear.
Yes.
Can you hear me? I'm speaking.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear us? Can you still hear us?
I can hear you. Yes, I can.
Okay. We are just trying to establish the sound.
Okay.
Prof, may you continue?
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Let me begin by saying I am immensely honored to be part of this gathering because it involves postgraduate education. I consider postgraduate education as an honor because postgraduate education provides the basis of our societal development. So what I want to share with you today, as alluded to by Professor Diali, is what can be so considered as an important concept that will enhance postgraduate education. And one can only talk about those concepts on the basis of one's own experiences. So what I'm about to share with you is what idea stimulated me most when I started off as a young researcher intent on making a contribution to scholarship. So, when you join the academe as a professional, you are enthusiastic, you feel privileged yourself to be part of an academic community, you feel you are one of the other. In other words, you feel closely knitted, you are connected, you share something in common. And what is it that you share in common? You share in common either the pursuit of a master's degree or M.Ed in education, or the pursuit of a PhD in education. And in that sense, you look at yourself as being together with others. And there's a particular word for it. It's called association. Now, in contrast to an aggregation where you are counted as number 1, 2, 3, an association, you are not merely counted, you are recognized. And why are you recognized? Because as an association, you are beginning to do things together. And that's very much in line with our understanding of Ubuntu. Doing things interdependently. Doing things in a solitary way. Doing things in a solidified way. Doing things together in association. Now, the concept that was very close to doing things in association is the idea of democracy. Because whatever distortions there might be today of democracy, democracy was always meant for the act of doing things in association. So the question is, but how does doing a master's or a PhD in education, for instance, how is that an act of doing things together? And this is where I will provide some more elucidation. First of all, as an individual, you will be doing things together because with your own autonomy, with your own independence as a scholar, you will be searching for ideas, how to construct ideas, how to make sense of ideas, and how to articulate it, how to share it with others. So even in your reading of books, even in your visiting others and in your conversations with others, or even in your presentations, you will be doing things autonomously as an independent person in association with others. So when you talk or give a presentation, you share your thoughts or your ideas with others. And in that sense, your actions become democratically underscored. The second aspect, when you pursue that study, whether it's a PhD, that study is being supervised. So the relationship between you and your promoter or your supervisor is one of interaction. You write, the supervisor reads and responds, and in turn the supervisor gives feedback and you respond. So that kind of dialectical relationship between you and the supervisor is one of democracy, one of association. And you do not merely listen to what the supervisor says, you listen attentively. In other words, you make sense of what the supervisor says, and then you act. And if you are in disagreement with the supervisor, so you articulate that in your writing. And that's the second association that takes place in postgraduate studies. The third association that takes place in postgraduate studies is where your actual thesis or dissertation is submitted to external examination. It can be internal and external, of course, but when it's submitted for examination, your thesis is scrutinized by your examiners. They give you feedback on it. They agree with aspects of it. They disagree with other aspects of it, or they simply endorse it. But there's a level of engagement from the supervisors or examiners as they evaluate your theses. So what have I said? I have clarified the notion of association in relation to doctoral studies or master studies. I have said that as an autonomous intellectual, you make a contribution in association with others. As an autonomous intellectual, you invariably engage with your supervisor, and in turn your supervisor engages with you. And then you also engage with your examiner, whether through writing or through a viva voce, that's an oral examination, but there is a degree of engagement with your external, or just say examiners. So at those three levels, you have the key word there, which is called engagement. And you will notice that I do not talk about engagement, but I do not talk about participation, but I actually talk about engagement. Because you can participate, but through your participation, you do not necessarily engage. So I can be part of an examination panel, but I do not do anything. I participate, but I do not actually engage. But in this instance, in the association of people involved in the writing of a thesis and the examination thereof, you have engagement. So engagement is a key word, is a key action that determines what form the association assumes. So what is the form that the association assumes? When there's engagement amongst people, whether it's students, whether it's supervisors and examiners, that kind of engagement is referred to as democratic. So when there's engagement amongst people, the act that is performed is a democratic act. And because I associate postgraduate education with association, I invariably then associate postgraduate education with democratic action. So you cannot do postgraduate education without the act of democratic engagement, because it is through democratic engagement that supervisors and students and examiners engage with one another. And that's very important for the postgraduate process. If you hear students say, but I do not hear from my supervisor seldom talks to me, then there's something distorted about that kind of engagement that should unfold. Then you cannot talk about the relationship of supervision as a form of engagement. Engagement is sacrosanct to postgraduate education. So when it's sacrosanct, it's a must that students articulate themselves, and secondly, in return, supervisors respond to students' work. If supervisors do not respond to students' work, then the form of engagement becomes flawed. It becomes defective. So, let me start off by repeating again. Association is necessary in postgraduate education, and that is the reason why it is linked to the idea of democratic action. Now the question arises, what about praxis? Why has praxis been chosen and linked to democracy? Okay, so the idea of praxis, of course, the Greek understanding of practice, it's a form of doing action with the idea that something is going to be generated or produced. So the act is praxeological. In other words, an act of praxis is something that is being produced. And in contrast to praxis, the Greeks also invented the word poiesis. So it's the act of doing. Now, poiesis is not unrelated to praxis, because you have to do things in a process, procedurally, in order to get to the idea of praxis. But praxis is where the product is generated. And in this case, it's either the master's thesis or the PhD dissertation. But that does not mean that's the end of education. But that's, of course, another conversation. But allow me to say this. It's not the end of education if you produce the master's or the PhD. It's only the act of generating a product for the purposes of making the conversation ongoing. What do I mean by that? That when the product is produced, you open it to publication, and then people comment on your work, and then after critical engagement with your work, there's an opportunity for improvement, and so on. So the production of the PhD is not the end of it all. It is merely the production of a thesis or dissertation. But the conversation is ongoing. As one of my favorite curriculum inquirers and philosophers of education said, Maxine Green, in her 1995 publication, Releasing the Imagination, she said that the narrative is still in the making. Or as Derrida would argue, that the conversation is still in becoming. So, and that's, of course, in his 2004 publication, Through the Eyes of the University. So what am I saying now? I'm saying that the idea of democratic praxis is necessary for the pursuit of postgraduate education. So now that I've justified why the idea of democratic praxis is necessary for the pursuit of postgraduate education, I want to clarify more what is meant by this understanding of democratic praxis, or how I have used it, or how I think it should be used. Now, this morning when Professor Diali spoke about rural education, I think more than 20 times I heard the word inclusive education. Now, at the heart of democratic praxis is the idea of inclusion. In other words, you cannot talk about a democratic praxis if there's no idea of inclusion. Now, the question is, how are people included? Are they included because they are simply grouped together in an exam panel or a supervisory panel about the thesis? Let me give you an example. In Finland, for instance, when someone writes a PhD thesis, a dissertation, and completes the dissertation, then it becomes necessary for the candidate, who is of course the student, to defend that thesis in public. That's the one thing. But that student or that thesis must be defended in the presence of an opponent. In other words, who could have been one of the examiners. So you have an opponent to the presentation of the candidate's dissertation, and then you have the public who can ask questions about the dissertation. So when you look at that particular process of examination of a PhD, then it means that in the PhD, there was an association. In the PhD completion, dissertation completion, there was an association. In other words, the public, the candidate, the supervisor or supervisors, and the examiners, and of course the opponent. So they constitute a panel, and this panel is an association, and this association engages with the candidate about her or his work. Now, I specifically emphasize the idea of engagement because I want to explain what is understood by democratic praxis. Now, when you have engagement, people talk to one another, people listen to one another. I repeat again, people talk to one another or with one another. People listen to one another. And the third aspect is people talk back to one another. In other words, they take into critical scrutiny what has been heard, and then they respond. So three processes take place when people engage. So when a doctoral panel engages, they do three things. They articulate, they listen, and they talk back. And there's a word being used for that process, those processes together. Articulation, listening, and talking back. It is called deliberation. Deliberation. So they deliberate. And when they deliberate, they can do it repeatedly. They can do it over and over again. And that is when we say their deliberation is iterative. So a scholar like Sheila bin Habib, one of my favorite political scientists, talks about deliberative iteration in her book published in 1996 called Political Boundaries. In that particular book, she accentuates the idea of deliberative iteration when people talk together, they listen together, and then they scrutinize or criticize or talk back together. It's called deliberative iteration, and they don't have to do it once, they do it repetitively. So it is this idea of deliberative iteration that gives credibility to the idea of democratic praxis. So if I have to take a PhD, for example, and the candidate submits chapter 2. The candidate submits chapter 2. The supervisor didn't receive the chapter yet because the candidate is a bit apprehensive to send the chapter to the supervisor. So what the student does, the candidate does, she gives a dissertation, a chapter 2, to a critical reader. She brings in a critical reader. Can you respond to my work? So the critical reader is usually someone that will not annihilate the student, someone that will not be overly critical, but will be supportive, will give more insights or critical feedback, will be more encouraging, as that's what support means. So a critical reader does not destroy. That word cannot exist in postgraduate education, destroy, but a critical reader cannot destroy or annihilate or just simply dismiss a student's work. A critical reader supports and encourages a student. So this candidate gives her work to a critical reader. The critical reader in turn provides the feedback, and the candidate is then encouraged to do some revisions, resubmits, but this time sends the work to the supervisor. And the supervisor doesn't take too long, maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks because of the load of the supervisor, but not a month or 2 months. That would be very discouraging for a supervisor to be so unresponsive. You heard Professor Diali talk about responsive education, and part of being a responsive and responsible supervisor is to give feedback on time, is to give feedback within a specific time, because that encourages the student. And of course for the student also not to stay in oblivion. I'm somewhere there, I'm registered for a PhD or a master's, so because I show a lack of writing, I do not want to send the work, or I do not have work to send. There has to be that kind of reciprocity between the work being done, the work being scrutinized by the critical reader, and the work being submitted to the supervisor. And that is when you build this kind of healthy, engaging relationship between yourself and the candidate, or between the candidate and yourself. Because the candidate develops, the student develops the confidence, the trust in the supervisor that she or he will respond to the work received, and that she or he won't be abruptly critical. There's no reason not to be critical, but abruptly so, dismissively so, that is a bit disheartening and discouraging. So we don't have to, how can I say, protect our students too much. because they have to develop the confidence and the strength of will to defend their ideas and defend their arguments. And it's always good to be provocative. But if your provocation is too excessive, if there are no limits to your provocation, and that borders on the edge of dismissal, then it becomes a problem, and it will discourage the student. So, what am I? I said many things, but I wanted to say, the first act of deliberative engagement, which is the act of democratic praxis, is one of engaging iteratively with students. So the supervisor and student democratically engage with one another, and on that basis, the thesis is improved. You can only have a better thesis. You can only have a better product. You can only have a better and improved, revised dissertation if there is that kind of open relationship between you and the supervisor. I know at our institution at Stellenbosch, I suppose it's the same at Soplaiki, we had to sign a formal contract with the student that we will supervise the student on the basis of these criteria, on the basis of providing adequate feedback, on the basis of encouraging the student, on the basis of directing the student to particular sources. It's all about building a healthy relationship. If that relationship breaks down, the study breaks down, which is detrimental to the advancement of postgraduate education in any case. So, do not think that critical feedback is bad. Rather, receive critical feedback through deliberative engagement during the supervision process, and know and become accustomed, rather, how to deal with it. Even if it means, I have now to discard 2 to 3 pages of work that I've worked so hard on. Rather, spend your time rewriting, go over your work again and again. Do it iteratively. That's what democratic engagement means. Then we adhere to the idea of democratic praxis. So the first element of a democratic praxis is the idea of articulation, listening, and here listening means not that the student must listen to the supervisor only, but the supervisor must also think through the ideas articulated by the student. And a supervisor does not simply say, oh, I just put a red line through this work because it doesn't make sense. No, a supervisor points out to a student, that argument is contradictory for these reasons. That's what postgraduate education is about. Let me just say a word about the very idea of education. Education is an encounter. So when I encounter my supervisor and my supervisor encounters me, during that encounter, education takes place. And what it means is that when the supervisor constructs and reconstructs ideas in her head about my work, it is meant to provoke me. So education depends on provocation. It is meant to stimulate me. That's what provocation means. It is meant to make me think in a more improved way about the work I'm engaging with, on the work that I am researching. on the work that I'm thinking through. That's what the research means. You do it again and again and again. Otherwise, you're not doing research. So, on the basis of provocation, the supervisor then, what does the supervisor do? The supervisor stimulates the candidate, the student, to such an extent that the student's potentialities, a potential to produce writing, to produce thought, to produce ideas, are evoked. So, in this sense, education becomes a form of provocation and evocation. I call it provocation cum evocation. Because teachers provoke students, and in turn students' potentialities are provoked. Or equally, the student can provoke the supervisor, and in turn the supervisor's potentialities can be evoked, because then a supervisor can think differently about a particular situation. But education happens when provocation and evocation manifest. If there's no provocation and no evocation, then the possibility of education unfolding is very slim. Maybe it just think of the idea. If I don't provoke you to think, and you are not inclined to think for yourself, you cannot come up with ideas yourself, then there's something wrong with your education. So in that sense, your education might be one of indoctrination, where you only listen to what others say without you making a contribution to the ideas being articulated. And that was wrong with our previous form of education. We had to adhere to what we were spoon-fed. As the illustrious scholar Paulo Freire would say, we had to internalize the banking of thought. You are all familiar with the banking idea of education. So that is when indoctrination unfolds. But when provocation and evocation manifest, genuine education takes place. So when deliberative engagement unfolds, in an iterative way, democratic praxis is being enacted. And that is when genuine supervision and learning take place. So that's the first element of a democratic praxis. I have two more points to make. The second element of a democratic praxis is implicit in the first one. There was a lot of criticism about Africa's ethic. I call it Africa's ethic of Ubuntu. That a person is a person through and with other persons. And Westerners used to criticize that concept of Ubuntu on the basis of its allegiance to communalism. So why is it a problem? Why was it a problem? Maybe still, but for many Western scholars, it's a problem because they think, erroneously they think, that when you engage in communalism, or as we would now say, democratic engagement, you give up, you relinquish your individuality, your autonomy as a person. Now, that's quite a bizarre criticism, I would think, because when people deliberate, when they talk with one another and talk back to one another, they talk so as individuals. They don't talk as a group, because individuals constitute the group. Individuals make up the community. Now, if these individuals have to consider what is being said as individuals, they do not relinquish, or they do not forfeit, they do not give away their autonomy, their self-independence to think for themselves. Because individuals still have the opportunity and the right to think for themselves. And when they do that, they exercise individual autonomy. So in this practice of Ubuntu, there is no forfeiting or giving away or subverting of individuality, as Westerners would argue. No, you are still an individual who has the right to agree, the right to articulate, and the right to disagree. And in that sense, democratic praxis is reliant on the responsibility. So it's the ability to respond. And that's of the individual. The ability to respond of the individual to make his or her arguments more lucid and more profound. So you do not relinquish or give up individual autonomy when you act collectively in deliberative fashion, or as I've said in the beginning, in an association. To be in an association means that you exercise your individual autonomy quite explicitly and quite convincingly, and at times persuasively. So democratic praxis relies on individual autonomy, because this is what education also means. That when you have a particular idea and you can defend it, and what is the word that we use for it? We justify our claims. We provide the reasons for our claims. And it's the old cliche of providing explanations for the things we say. So you do not, in your thesis, in your dissertation, you do not merely write endless sentences and endless claims. You justify those claims. You provide reasons why rural education, for instance, is important. Not just that rural education is significant, but why it is important. It gives an opportunity for others to engage collectively, not being distant or isolated in solitary confinement. So the point I'm making is individual autonomy depends on explanations, depends on justifications, which makes the idea of a democratic praxis worthwhile, educationally and morally worthwhile. And this brings me to my final point. I'm sorry that I take so long to come to my third point. Once the individual is responsible and act in an autonomous way, and when individuals act collectively in a deliberative way, they do not do so without any motivation. What is wrong with thinking or actions that do not lead to anything else is that the actions will be truncated. There is nothing to move beyond. I'll give you an example. When during Nazi Germany, a lot was said about the Nazi movement and how university education was challenged and stunted through Nazi ideology. And then it was scholars like Theodor Adorno. I mention them because they are in the books when you read about this particular theory. So I mention them: Theodor Adorno, Max Heimer, and Jürgen Habermas. He's still, by the way, he's in his 90s, and he's still alive. It is when these scholars, together with many others, but they in particular said, one way of saving Nazi Germany after the Second World War was to move beyond the idea that we have to do things and explain it only. So we know what the causes were of Nazism. We know why the German society was in shambles. We understand why the workers caused an uprising against the state. We know that. So you can have all the explanations, but then they said something profound. But what about empowering society? What must we do to empower society? Because asking that question will lead to the liberation of Nazi Germany from Nazism. So, the same question was asked in South Africa. It's okay to explain CNE, Christian National Education, to explain ad infinitum what it means. But the question that we need to ask, what must be done so that we can liberate the South African education system from the practice of fundamental pedagogics as it was known previously. So that once you begin to understand and explain what is wrong with an education system and then propose what should be done for the sake of empowerment and liberation of that society, then you're doing something else. Then you're doing something critical. That's the word. Then you're doing something critical. Because, in fact, that was the emergence of, in the late 60s, of critical theory. That you can no longer just rely on explanations, solid explanations. You have to do something with those explanations in order to transform society. That's the key word here. So democratic praxis lends itself to the idea of transformation. In other words, democratic praxis is not only concerned with deliberations and explanations and justifications and reasons, of course, but democratic praxis is concerned with how we need to change, to transform the education system. So it's not only good for us to know what is wrong with rural education, but it's also good to know what needs to be done to that form of education in order to improve societal living. That's the key. To transform a particular education system so that it can lead to a better societal living. And that is at the heart of democratic praxis. So you perform a praxis, not merely, the idea of praxis was taken up hugely by the most cited education scholar in the world, which of course was Paulo Freire. If you look at his citations alone, you'll find he has about 400,000 citations on his book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed. But what was crucial about the Freirean idea of transformation is that you cannot just rely on the idea of explanation, of being aware, of being conscientized. Remember, he came up with this idea of conscientization. You must be cognizant of the problems which confront you. So you be cognizant of the problems that confront you, but then you come up with ideas or thoughts of how you can improve an impoverished practice. And that's what democratic praxis means. So when your theses are being written, and you wrote it within a theoretical paradigm, that means framework of thinking, of democratic praxis, then you say that your thesis will provide a more improved or a revised or a better explanation and action for these impoverished or downtrodden practices. And this brings me to my final comment. Thus far, I've explained democratic praxis as a necessary action for postgraduate education. But what I was actually doing is not just to highlight the presence of individual autonomy or the operation of deliberative iteration, all big words, but they mean associating together, or transforming unjust practices to liberate it. What I was doing is also breaking this unnecessary divide between what the theory is and what the practice is. Often when we theorize, we come up with ideas and thoughts. And then we say, but those are only ideas and thoughts. Yes, but ideas and thoughts are not there in the sky. Ideas and thoughts are embedded in the lives of people, in their actions, in their living experiences, as we say it nowadays. So those ideas and thoughts and ideologies and beliefs and values and cultures are embedded, situated in practices. So what I was doing when I sketched this notion of a democratic praxis is that never ever think of theory being separated from practice. Theory and practice are mutually bounded, intertwined. They cannot be separated. As the theory improves, so the practice improves. And as the practice improves or is revised, so the theoretical constructs are changed and improved. And in that sense, there is this dialectical relationship between a theory and a practice. And it is for that reason that I am attracted to democratic praxis, because democratic praxis actually means that you subvert the idea that a theory can ever be separated from a practice, and that a practice can ever be separated from a theory. And for those of you who are interested to read more about this idea of democratic praxis, in some of my latest books, I give this term a different word. But I talk about the same thing, but I give it different understandings. So democratic praxis took on the word philosophical adventure. I talk about a philosophical adventure in the same way I talk about democratic praxis. And then at times in another publication I would talk about democratic praxis as rhythmic action. Rhythmic actions of rhythm that you push and pull. And then also, in another publication, I would talk about democratic praxis as deliberative iteration, and you heard that word today. So these concepts take on different understandings and different forms as you yourself grow, and that's the lesson. For me, the lesson is you can work with a particular concept, an idea, and then it can grow. Make it your life work. We do not live too long, but it can be your life work. How many years do we have in the academe? 30, 40 years. So it can be that democratic, that's what happened to me. Democratic praxis became rhythmic action. Democratic praxis became deliberative iteration. And nowadays, I use the idea of philosophical adventure as an explanation of democratic praxis. And you can work out how long I've been in the academe. So I worked 10 years with each idea. So that tells you I was almost 40 years in the academe. I say this to give you much more hope. I encourage you to write on your masters and your PhDs. Get that masters and PhD going. If you have to revise your proposal, do so. Don't hesitate and don't spend too much time revising. Send to your supervisor when it's ready. Of course, use your critical reader. But do not give up hope that you're going to finish your master's or your PhD. And yes, you don't have to do 2 or 3 PhDs or masters. The main thing is for you to finish one and then to convert it into a book. Remember, I'm a slow learner, so I learned this afterwards. But if I were you, I will focus on completing my PhD and then convert it, having converted into a book. Then you publish it as a book, not the exact same PhD, but you publish a revised version of your PhD. Then you have a publication and you have a book. And you can do the same with the masters. And I know I'm a bit pedantic, but I can give you an example of a master's. This scholar wrote a beautiful master's. And this particular master's was about, it was about the natural sciences versus the social sciences. And then this scholar, I now paraphrase, this scholar discovered that if you examine, that's what he meant, the natural sciences, you will look at it differently than what you will do with the social sciences. So he spoke about, because he was a physicist, so he spoke about the goggles that you use to look at physics studies. And you will use different goggles if you look at history, for example. That's the example he uses in the book. That book was at the level of a master's, written at Harvard. And that book changed human understanding for 40 years. In fact, we were introduced to this particular book. It's called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. That was a master's thesis written by Thomas Kuhn. So what I'm saying, you can do profound work in your master's and in your PhDs, and with a faculty that is so supportive at Soplaiki University and a dean that is inspirational, you should be able to accomplish it. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to share some of my thoughts with you on postgraduate education, in particular highlighting the notion of a democratic praxis and its implication for master's and doctoral studies. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Prof. Wahid, we thank you for this thought-provoking keynote address of yours. You gave us a lot of food for thought and concepts and ideas to digest. In your keynote, I could get a message for both students as well as supervisors. And I take especially note of your idea that supervision is a democratic process and that it is built on the pillars and on the foundation of engagement, which suppose that we will articulate, we will listen to one another, and that we will talk back. And those ideas, I think, are fundamental to creating a climate and an atmosphere in which critical thinking can prosper and in which critical engagement can take place. I also like the idea that you have in terms of that we need to provoke our students, that we need to bring out in them the best, that we need to get them to go beyond what they thought that they could deliver, and to become the Thomas Kuhns of this world, to become the Sheila Ben Habibs of this world, to become the Paulo Freire's of this world, because we need a new generation of thinkers, we need a new generation of philosophers, we need a new generation of people with new ideas, because we are changing technologically, we are changing on every level of our existence. So I thank you for your presentation, for your keynote, and we are looking forward to a personal engagement in future. I'm looking at Dr. Papashane, who communicated with you, and I'm sure we will soon have the privilege of having you in person at Solplaiki to come and entice us with your ideas and your concepts. Thank you very much again, Prof. Wahid. Ladies and gentlemen, another round for Prof. Wahid, please. Thank you. Right, colleagues, to continue with our program, we are now going to break away, go into our different rooms, venues, and continue with the program. We will communicate with you in terms of the time changes, that we will communicate with you. But those of you who are presenting in venue A can stay behind. Those that want to look and listen to Auditorium B presentations and T2, T022 and T023 presentations, you are welcome to do so. We give you 5 minutes, colleagues, to get to your venues, and please, we will, in terms of the presentations, try and stick to the time. We will communicate changes to the program in terms of time changes to you in the venues. But thank you very much and enjoy the day. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can we all get seated? We want to start our presentation without any further delay. Today, in this session, we have 3 presentations. Just some information regarding the presentations. Each presentation will be for 15 minutes. I will alert you when you have the last 5 minutes so that you can wind up your presentation. Our first presenter will be Dr. Tiani Wepener. She has the title, The Value of Using Flip in Teaching Practice, Pre-Service Teachers' Experiences. So here we will see that she has explored the value of using Flip as a digital platform for virtual teaching practice among third-year pre-service teachers at a South African university. So what we will do is that, over to you, Dr. Wepener, and I will time you as you start your presentation.
Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. I just want to know, must I use the mic? Or, I have to use it. Okay, no problem. Okay, so good morning, everyone. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Tiani Wepener, and today I'm going to present some of my scholarship of teaching and learning work that I've done over the years. And I specifically selected this research because I thought it would be relevant to the audience. And I also hope that it will inspire you and give you some insight into students' experiences regarding uploading videos and submitting videos and also recording videos. Okay, so we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic really triggered a shift in education, and all of us were basically forced to think of innovative ways to approach our teaching. And this was no different for teaching practice, and specifically the work-integrated component of our BA degree. Now, I hit the jackpot for being the coordinator in 2021 for third year, and everyone on the team was looking at me for solutions. What are we going to do regarding school visits during COVID-19? And that's when I proposed that we implement Flipgrid. Now you will see that I refer to Flipgrid and Flip interchangeably because the name changed, okay? So it's the same thing, it's the same platform. But unfortunately, on the 30th of September last year, it was a very sad day in my life because the platform retired and they decided to close the platform and actually integrate the features of Flip into Microsoft Teams for Education. Now, the reason why I say it was a sad day is because I've been using the platform for many years, and by the time that it closed, I probably had over 15,000 video submissions by students. So I used it almost for every single assignment. And some of the students sitting here, you've probably also participated in my dreadful Flip or Flipgrid videos. Okay, so Flip is free, so that is what makes it very unique, or made it very unique. It was free, and it's considered to be a social learning platform. The reason for that is students can actually engage with one another on the platform. Students can watch one another's videos. Students can comment on each other's work. They can react with emojis. They can, and also the lecturers can comment, can use a rubric to assess the students, can also react with a video. So it's very interactive, it's very engaging, and that's why it's a social learning platform. Now, Taylor and Hitchman defines it as a valuable experiential learning tool, okay, and it develops students' confidence and also their creativity, and it promotes social presence and reflection. So for those of you that don't know how the platform looked, this is how it looks, and that's the slogan: empower every voice. Okay, so the students receive a code from you as an educator, and they paste it into that block at the top. Okay, and they are automatically redirected to the grid that you have set up. Okay, so very, very easy to use. So this is the guidelines that I gave the students. I said to them, please add your name, your surname, your student number, and so on, so that we can have an archive, and that everything is done systematically and neatly on the platform. Because you can imagine, if you work with thousands of videos, you have to check that the students submit the number of videos, and you must also make sure that some of the videos are being assessed. Okay? So this is how it looked by the end of teaching practice. They had to label it with their surname, the initial, and then also say lesson 1, lesson 2, lesson 3, and so forth. Okay? This screen is just an example of how it looks if a student does not make use of a name tag. So as you can see, the student's surname, initial, and then also their, and then usually the Flip took the first screen of that video, okay? And that's exactly how students also saw each other's videos on the platform. So for this specific school visit, which took place in 2021, students were expected to submit 13 videos each, okay? So this resulted over a 3-week period, more than 3,700 video submissions. So what did I do? I provided technical support to students day and night. The aspect that made it quite challenging is the fact that students were not on campus, they were at home, and you can imagine the data challenges that they had, the connectivity challenges they had wherever they were in the Northern Cape or even in rural context. Okay, so I devoted my life to this for 3 weeks. But I'm very proud of this work because of this intervention, DHET actually recognized this effort as acceptable, and our students were still able to graduate on time. Okay, so at the time, it was 322 third-year students, and then I asked them to participate. All of them had to submit reflective portfolios, and of the 322, 146 of them gave consent to me so that I can use their work and their reflections. Now, I asked them a range of reflective questions, but I'm going to focus on these two, but particularly the first one. So I asked them what, they had to continue with this prompt, and they had to say what I most enjoyed about using Flipgrid for virtual teaching was, and they had to reflect. What I least enjoyed about using Flipgrid for virtual teaching was. Okay, so I'm now going to read a few student quotes. And I deliberately focused on quotes because I want to forefront student voices. I don't want to focus so much on my analysis, but more on what the students said. Okay, so I'm going to focus on number one for the remainder of this presentation. So what did the students get from recording, submitting, and also just engaging with the platform? Okay, so submitting these videos and recording these videos. Okay. So the first theme that I identified was that students really felt that by engaging on the platform, by recording videos, by submitting videos, by teaching to a camera, it gave them a sense of control, flexibility, and they were also was able to do it in a safe space, in a non-threatening environment. Okay? Because if we think about these students, they've never been exposed to schools, or not schools, but teaching in schools, okay? So teaching for them is foreign, and they are still developing their voice as teachers, okay? So the one student said it was more enjoyable for the fact that there were no live audience, and I could capture and correct mistakes and really try my best to show the lecturers what I am capable of. The other student said, it was good practice before the actual visit to the school, and I believe that every student would agree that as when I went for the October-November school visit, I was not as unsure, scared, and confused as I was before the Flipgrid experience. I really like the third quote. I would laugh myself to death talking to myself. The first few videos were awkward, but I got used to it. It was a calming thing to do, especially with the pressure from other modules, because I knew that every time I did these videos, I would laugh, rest assured. The second theme identified was really students emphasizing that Flipgrid and the recording of videos give them this opportunity to practice their teaching over and over again, and they can actually correct their mistakes. Some students complained that they were not ready for school visits. The virtual teaching was the perfect way to go for them. I also enjoyed how it portrayed me as a teacher and how well I articulated myself. It has helped me learn a lot about my articulation, pacing, and how I can better sequence my work and being considerate of time. Another student said, I was able to see myself present a lesson and notice a few bad habits, like repeating words or phrases while engaging with learners that I now know I should rather avoid. Another student said, I had to repeat the video repeatedly until I was satisfied. The third theme is by watching their videos, they can actually reflect on their practices, but they can also reflect on other students' work and also get feedback. I could reflect on my lesson based on the video I made before I get into the real world of teaching. Get my wrongs right and for effective learning to occur. It was very motivational and motivating to see that I come this far with my studies. It has also shown me that I had the potential and showing passion for teaching. A student said, I could learn other techniques that I can use on my videos from just watching other videos. And this was the best way ever. I could even assess the work of others on my own, just to give a few pointers on how they could have done it better. And this gave me a lot of ideas to use in every video that I had to submit on Flipgrid. So the final theme was students really felt that they got to develop their technological skills by submitting videos. Now, I didn't provide a lot of technical support, but when they got stuck, I obviously assisted them. But most of my students will know I always say, ask a friend, Google, you are capable. And I'm actually doing that on purpose to empower them as students. So the students say, I believe that the virtual teaching also improved my technical skills, as I've now gained some knowledge and experience as to how to teach online and how to be successful at it, which is very important in these times. Flipgrid gave me an opportunity to develop a voice and to learn how to present myself in an online platform. It allowed me to experience the use of technology on different angles and to be confident with the use of it. Though it was difficult in the beginning, it gave me light on how to tap into the new use of gadgets. And at a later stage, I actually started to enjoy it and found that Flipgrid was an easy way of learning. Now, some of you might be wondering, so why am I doing this presentation now? Are we in 2021 still? Is COVID still happening? No, what I'm trying to say is that the recording of videos are still extremely important and that we must continue to use it. Because what my research has found is that there's a lot of pedagogical value to students recording themselves, watching themselves. They can actually improve significantly on their teaching. And this is something that I will specifically recommend at first year level and second year level. Okay, so by giving students the opportunity to record videos, they get the opportunity to focus on themselves. How do I project my voice? How's my body language like? Do I speak too fast like I'm doing now? Because I know time is running out. So the student can really critically reflect on themselves and not be too concerned about outside factors, such as learners misbehaving, all of that. Because it's quite overwhelming for a student if they teach for the first time, focusing on themselves and external factors. It builds students' confidence and it also gives voice to students, including those marginalized and feeling excluded. Okay, so we often see students that are reserved and introverted now developing a voice and really getting out of their shell the moment we give them opportunity to present videos. Okay, so and it also develops their TPAC, which is very important to teachers. Okay, so from this work, I've published 2 papers, the one in 2022 and the one earlier this year. Okay, so that's all from my side. Thank you so much for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Tiani, for this informative Flipgrid session. I think you should give us a brown bag on how to use the Flipgrid to our class also, because we see much more interesting things that we can do. And also, thanks a lot for encouraging our students to make them confident when all of us were confused on how we can move forward in the teaching and learning. So, a good research done. Questions? Yes, Mr. We have 5 minutes for question and answers.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Dr. Parmar, for the presentation. For me, it's really thought-provoking. My name is Brian White, and I'm from the Department of Education. And now that you're mentioning that Microsoft have taken over Flipgrid, from what we understand in the system as a Department of Education, that we have, there's a licensing agreement with Microsoft, and which means teachers in the schools can have access to Microsoft under the Microsoft licensing agreement. Now, I was immediately thinking, will we be able to have access to those students that benefited in 2021 to try and track them in the system currently where they are, if they are in our schools, just to get feedback from them as to whether they are still using it? Because for a teaching profession, having a student that will be able to do that recording helped us to say that when you are absent or not in your class, things can still go on because you have done that. So the interesting from where I'm sitting is wondering, will we be able to have access to those students, help them? But then secondly also is, how can we reach out to Dr. Weppener for the current cohort of teachers in the system that perhaps not understanding that, yes, what was Flipgrid is now Microsoft, and yes, they have access to Microsoft to assist them. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a tricky question. Tracking students can be a challenge. I was disheartened because I lost, obviously, a lot of my data. I mean, for me to download over 15,000 videos wasn't possible. So I can't really tell you that I will be able to track it. It depends on the university's capability and capacity to keep track of our graduates. So I have to actually first have a conversation with what is the department, Wits? Yeah, so I don't have access to the students themselves. I also don't have access to their cell phone numbers or personalized email, but I will be able to find out from the university side if how well are we really tracking our graduates. And then I will be able to get hold of those students or graduates, yes.
Could I maybe just add to what Mr. Brian is asking? In terms of the tracking, it could be through the office of Dr. Cedras and the convocation offices, because there are data on the students, the alumni.
Yeah.
So that is definitely possible.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I agree with Mr. White. I think we should also try and bridge the gap between the university and the department. We can easily have a repository of all of these videos. You know, apart from the Flipgrid, in the other modules, we also have very innovative videos and things that we can create a repository and we can share it with the department so that they can also access it. And perhaps if a teacher is not available, then you can pull on those videos to resume the classes.
Yeah.
So it's such a great opportunity. My question, Doc, thank you for your presentation. It's very insightful. Just going forward, because the curriculum is ever evolving, it's dynamic. So some suggestions for our core modules in terms of the pedagogy modules and education study modules, those modules that look into teaching methods and strategies. Given the Flipgrid that you applied in your teaching, what can we build into the core modules to give them that foundational, perhaps, understanding of Flipgrid before they get to the teaching with the Flipgrid? I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. So, like I said, the platform closed on the 30th of September, and it's now part of Microsoft for Education. Now, I think I'm still mourning the death of Flipgrid. So I haven't looked at it. If they say it's been integrated into Teams, I haven't explored that myself to see, is it working exactly the same? Is it as user-friendly? Does it operate exactly the same? I don't have knowledge of that at the moment. But I will explore it. And then obviously we can brief students on it and see. Also, I have to still chat to IT and see the type of support that we will get from their side. But if you search it on our Microsoft Teams, you don't find it. So I think it's like a plugin or something that we need. Yeah, I'm not sure if we have to still buy it or how it works, but I will look into it. And then we can, maybe for the next academic year, we can give students that exposure if colleagues feel that it's useful. Yes.
Yes, Doc, thank you for the thought-provoking presentation. Like Prof. Wahid said, we talk so that we engage. Piggybacking on what Sir and Doc just spoke about, I was thinking particularly when you look at the theme of technological development, for instance, and TPAC, perhaps it would be, as we explore ways forward, it would be so nice to have a pre-survey. For instance, maybe the unified theory of technology acceptance and usage, and then they go through the entire process, and then afterwards we've got the post-test, because the sample size was pretty large. So I'd like to think that that statistical information, whether with pre-service teachers or with in-service teachers, would be very rich and build on what you've already started. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Koketsu. I just want to add one more thing, is the focus of my presentation was on Flipgrid, but it's also just to encourage lecturers and to highlight the significance of recording videos, for students recording videos, and then watching themselves and then submitting it to be assessed. Okay, so I don't want the focus so much to be on flip because it doesn't exist anymore, but it's specifically about the recording and the value. So whatever platform you use, what I'm trying to say, it's valuable. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Our program, we will now break for tea. Can we Are we all ready to listen to our next presentation? Okay, thank you. So our next presentation is about the affordance of cultural historical activity theory in developing science teachers' instructional practices to promote inquiry-based learning in science education, a design-based research study. So our researchers here was aiming to develop and implement an intervention for science teachers to scaffold inquiry-based learning within their subject to help learners participate successfully in the ESCOM Expo for Young Scientists. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. I don't think I've got to present my paper. She just basically did that for us. Okay, so I will not repeat that mouthful of a heading, but I will just introduce myself. I'm Dr. Neetling, this is Mrs. Du Plessis, and our other author is Mrs. Hanekom. So just some introduction to the project itself. Unfortunately, we know that South Africa is considered on a global scale to be one of the most unequal countries. And one of the facets of this is actually reflected in our poor science education. We've seen this depicted in terms on more than one occasion. In South Africa, we've got a history of enforced imbalances in our education system, and this is very much still evident in historically disadvantaged schools. So we have a curriculum where one of the major aims of the curriculum is to address these educational imbalances. And one of the ways in which the curriculum tries to address these imbalances is by encouraging critical thinking in the curriculum itself. And to promote critical thinking, in sciences, we can adopt an inquiry approach to teaching and learning. So just some background on inquiry-based learning. We have this idea in education that stems from, the early 1900s with Dewey, where he basically advocates for a shift from this transference of fixed facts to more critical thinking. And that's actually, if we think about it, where the stem or the root of inquiry-based thinking comes from. We know that we have scientific inquiry and we've got inquiry-based learning. So just to compare the two and just to distinguish the two, scientific inquiry is basically what occurs when we're talking about the professional sector, specialized scientists with specialized equipment in their respective fields. Whereas inquiry-based learning is a strategy, an educational strategy that requires teacher guidance within the classroom. However, inquiry-based learning, it will differ in their applications, obviously because we know that scientists have access to space, time, finances, expertise that's not available at schools. But it is important that inquiry-based learning reflects the core principles of scientific inquiry. There are various ways in which we can look at inquiry-based learning. For this study, we're going to use a specific scale. It has 4 levels. We start out with confirmation, then structured, guided, and open inquiry. As we move along the levels, what's important to take note is that a teacher is supposed to scaffold support. So with confirmation inquiry, the learners get much more teacher guidance. And as they move up to a level, that teacher guidance is taken away as they become more independent, right? With confirmation and structured inquiry, it is the most used levels of inquiry at school. We're going to touch on a bit soon about why that is. But just to take note, confirmation structured inquiry is more commonly used and more commonly seen in schools, whereas in guided and open inquiry is unfortunately not as engaged with at the school level. Okay. So why inquiry-based learning? So first of all, inquiry-based learning has a very strong impact, positive impact on learners' scientific practices and their understanding of scientific concepts. But we know that we've also got to take a look at the teacher's beliefs and views of inquiry in terms of if it is actually carried out in the classrooms. And unfortunately, it is not. It is not carried out as much as what we would hope for. And there are various contributing reasons for this. Teachers' knowledge on how to execute inquiry, a lack of confidence, lack of teacher training possibly, time constraints. When we look at the certain inquiry-based learning, there can be the misconception that it is specifically related to practical, so it can be the number of practicals stipulated per year. Pressure for high-stake standard assessment in classes, the fact that it is also just restricted to confirmation and structured. So where does that leave us as researchers who promote inquiry-based learning in our teaching of what do we do to try to address the situation? So this brings us to the ESCOM Expo for Young Scientists. It is a really amazing opportunity for teachers and learners to get involved with, and also in a way to promote the higher levels of inquiry-based learning. Okay, so the aim of this study is to develop and implement an intervention for science teachers to help them scaffold inquiry-based learning so that their learners can participate successfully in the ESCOM Expo for Young Scientists. We have a couple of research questions. We want to look at science teachers' perceptions of inquiry-based learning. We want to look at what are the components of an inquiry-based learning intervention. We want to look at how do the perceptions of teachers change, or how has it been influenced by taking part in this intervention. And then at the end of it, because we're using design-based research, we want to actually create an effective intervention that we can use based on the cycles of research that we do. And obviously the objectives are reflected of the research questions. I'm not going to go over that too much. Just briefly, our theoretical framework, it's framed by Vygotsky's social cultural theory. We know that Vygotsky speaks a lot about mediation. He speaks a lot about tools such as language. We also have this concept of the zone of proximal development where scaffolding becomes so important. And again, it's reflected in the way that we do the interventions in terms of scaffolding the different levels of inquiry-based learning. Specifically, we will use the cultural historical activity theory, also known as CHAT. Why it's so important is that we can analyze the data based on the fact that this theoretical framework uses cultural and historical lenses to analyze the data. It also has a much more holistic approach to teaching and learning because of these social constructive perspectives. I think I'm going to move past this just because of time, but just to show you just briefly, when we're talking about chat, we're talking about the intervention, we're talking about the teacher, we're talking about scaffolding inquiry, we're talking also about the fact that when we look at the different activity systems, the laser's not working, but in any case, what's important about chat is that we have an activity system, and in this case, the activity system is the intervention. But when we are talking about the third generation chat, because it's developed over time, is that there can be conflicting systems. And we know this is especially important for teachers. So they go to this intervention where they are shown and engaged with how to apply inquiry-based learning, but they can have conflicting activity systems such as the ATP that they've got to adhere to. So it's just important for us to look at the activity system holistically, and this is what chat allows us to do. Yeah, it was just a pointer, but it's fine. Okay. Okay. Odette.
Morning, everyone. So we know that in education, collaboration and group work is very important. So in our group, we have 3 roles because each group member must have a role. So we have a brain, we have a manager, and then we have a lab rat. So I am the lab rat. I'm not the presenter and the manager and the brain, but we'll try and we'll go through it quickly. All right, so our target population is all the science teachers in and around Kimberley. We invited all of them to participate in ESCOM Expo for young scientists so that their learners can do projects and can participate in this big science fair where they then compete against one another, but also to get prizes. Now, our teachers that responded was limited due to various reasons. FET teachers are very busy at the moment when we did our workshops, but the teachers that did respond are primary school teachers teaching natural sciences and technology, senior phase teaching natural sciences. And then obviously it's convenience sampling because the teachers that are interested in Expo and in the IBL and that were available would then have joined us. Ooh. Now, our methodology is design-based research, so we're focusing on real problems, collaboration between researchers and the practitioners. It involves cycles of analysis, design, and evaluation, and the collaboration between us and the teachers to find ways to support them. You will see that it is to practical local insights that they can use, but then what we can use in theory further on to have meaningful interventions for IBL. Then the data that we are going to collect and that we have started to collect is the teacher's implementation in the classroom in a pre-intervention questionnaire that is referred to as ISIS, and then a teacher beliefs about inquiry-based learning. It's pre and post. We will do this card sorting activity, and it's referred to as the ITB. And then the teacher's perceptions of inquiry-based learning, doing structured, semi-structured interview questions. So we've got 2 cycles that we are going to focus on. The first one we have sort of done. We've started with the analysis of the teachers, analysis of the teaching context, the intervention where we had our 2-day workshops, reflection with our teachers in the semi-structured interviews, and to then what we need to do now is refine our approach to our workshops and how we are going to facilitate the inquiry-based learning. Okay. This is now what we plan to do. It's the same cycle, just with new group of teachers. This is our data collection questionnaire. Our card sorting game, where the teachers then add what they think activities are important in IBL in the classroom as close as they can, and those that are far are not so important in their view. And this is where we now had our workshops. So this one is the teacher preparing for confirmation inquiry. So the first day of the workshop was just with the teachers so that we could prepare them with the different levels of inquiry. Then the second workshop was now with the teacher-learner intervention, where the teacher had to bring a few learners and they had to now practice doing the inquiry-based learning in the 4 levels with the learners. And we would then facilitate that going forward. Then the semi-structured interviews, describing how natural sciences teachers are working. And you will see our response is quite what we think teachers are doing, just looking at the textbook and not moving on to actual doing science. This is basically the same in our analysis. It's quantitative and qualitative with our questionnaires, and then obviously our ethics and our references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Neethlin and Ms. Duplessis. I wish we had a little more time, maybe 20 minutes for each presentation, because we are missing some information that we really want. And this is a very important study for our learners and the teachers, exposing the teachers and learners into inquiry-based learning so that more learners can come into different projects, and even for future studies, it's very important that they should be exposed to inquiry-based learning. So I hope we will be able to make some difference through this research study. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you. Let me again appreciate the presentation. I'm just thinking now as a matter of principle. The focus for the department is on the aspect of maths, science, on a number of key areas. Research like this, can we reach out to SPU and perhaps allow the colleagues that have done the research to come to our different districts and just give this research finding feedback and discussions with the teachers? I'm not talking in principle. Can we extend that request and perhaps gear towards in that direction, that on an annual basis we create that platform for such information to be shared with our teachers? Thanks.
I would like to respond first, and then Dr. Neethlin will respond. I want to say from my side, on one condition, and that is that the teachers actually come and join the workshops, because we do struggle to get the teachers here. I know that they are very busy. I know that they've got a lot of other programs, but we will be happy to share what we have done if they come and join us.
Definitely, sir. We've got our HOD sitting in the audience here. I know that I don't want to mention names because there were so many emails going about, but there was an invitation particularly just to do IBL seminars as well. Dr. Botus, who was it in the department that you were speaking to? Can you remember? Okay. But nonetheless, about what was done, etc. Going forward, yes, please. I think we can exchange contact details. Would that be okay?
Perhaps I must say,
yes.
The Department of Education consists of 5 districts.
Yes, no, okay, I understand.
So to say that teachers must come here, you are asking us, can teachers travel 1,000 kilometers to come here?
No, I
just want to make that clear,
yes.
That it is also considering us all likely to go to the community.
Yes, so unfortunately, I only figured out how to get this working with doing online hybrid. After our second workshop, I could get it to work properly. So the idea was to invite anybody from the Northern Cape to be able to then participate online and see how we could work that, so that obviously they can't travel all those distances, and we would then try to communicate with them in that way. So that is something that we are going to look at in future, but unfortunately I was a bit late in getting it to work.
Could I come in? Maybe just very shortly. Thank you so much for your interesting presentation. I was just wondering, in terms of the ESCOM Expo, is there any, how can I say, move or progress in terms of involving the foundation phase, maybe grade 3 learners in terms of discovery-based learning, beginner knowledge, science concepts, and so forth, and inspire from that foundation phase level?
Yes, Dr. Darius, completely. It is something that we need to take on. I think, you know, just for a pilot project, just for all of us in terms of functioning, you know, in the design-based research, you have a cycle 1 for a reason. I think starting off small, our expertise lies specifically in intermediate and senior and FET phase. So I'm just providing background into where we start and hearing what you have to say, hearing what the department has to say. This is why it's just a pilot project, and next year it will grow. And we will have discussions in terms of foundation phase, because inquiry-based learning starts there. Yeah.
Sorry, I just quickly want to add something to Dr. Darius, just very, very quickly. We are also going to look at, because ESCOM Expo is open inquiry, which is the highest level. And if teachers do not scaffold their learners through the various levels, then it becomes very difficult. So we are actually going to look at seeing if we can't have, which is not going to be under ESCOM Expo, but just a generalized science fair, where they don't have to display through open inquiry. It can be any one of the levels that they can display what they have researched and what they know about science.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question around what's integral to cultural historical activity theory and interventionist research, which is the surfacing of tensions and contradictions. And that contradiction is what you take as a mirror data to the Change Laboratory workshop. Can you please talk a little bit more about the kind of contradictions you found, which is a fundamental basis of your discussion and engagement in the workshop for any form of change and transformation that you intend to get out of such a workshop?
So using chat, the reason why we also did that, because like I mentioned, if you talk about the activity system that we're going to focus on, it's the intervention. It's in a non-authentic environment. If you look at the context, right? You've got the facilitation, you've got the support. When we bring in the learners, it's a small group of learners, right? Now they go to schools, and we're going to also, in terms of collecting data, also get how they have applied this at schools, get reflections from them, etc. So now you've got an activity system that is based in an authentic context. There are going to be loads of contradictions there. So yes, I am a participant in an intervention where inquiry-based learning is promoted. Now I go as a teacher to school and the school context, and I have got so many other contextual factors that I've got to take note of, to address, to deal with on a daily basis. I just mentioned, something briefly like the program, what we call the ATP that teachers have to adhere to. We know that we've got high-stakes standardized assessment where sometimes things like, at times, inquiry-based learning is not done because we've got to focus on tests. So those are the type of contradictions we're talking about. And then, as Mrs. Du Plessis is just going to mention now, in the pre-intervention, even just looking at their perceptions of what inquiry-based learning is as well. Do you want to chat there?
Yes, so the teachers that responded and that came, one of, I think, the tensions that we immediately observed is that all of the teachers were not qualified to teach natural sciences. So that is the first thing that we noticed. So when they start doing our card sorting activity, they think they know what it means. And even after the intervention, some of them think they're still doing it right when they're not necessarily, because they have a very naive view of natural sciences and the nature of science in general. Then, like Dr. Neetling also explained, the other tensions when we spoke to some of the teachers in our semi-structured interviews, the one teacher, for instance, in a very, what we would think affluent school, where everything is supposed to go right, they've got so much discipline problems, and they've got so many problems with parents that if they do something with one class, they have to do the exact same with the other class. So they tend to try to do a minimum, I almost want to say. And then the third, the other teacher, for instance, she mentioned that she does do practical with her learners, but because of the pedagogical way in which they learn, I'm not sure if I'm saying this correctly, but they have to write down notes and she has to repeat and she has to explain. So there isn't a lot of time to do practical. So she actually does practical on Saturdays. And then she has 3 or 4 classes, so it takes her the whole day. So those are the type of tensions where we've got an ideal of inquiry-based learning, but what actually really happens? And how do we then support them in what actually really happens?
Thank you, Dr. Neetling and Mrs. Du Plessis. I hope after you have done this research, as Mr. White has initiated, we will be able to see an impact and more teachers will be encouraged to take further with inquiry-based learning into their classrooms. Okay. I see there is one last question. Sorry.
Thank you, Doc. Just, I want to add on the request of my colleague. Look, we are granting the researchers permission to conduct research at our institutions. Now, in paragraph 8 of our protocol on research, the researchers are requested to supply us with a bound hard cover copy, a PDF, electronical copy, or an abstract and research report summary with the research findings and recommendations of the final approved research report, thesis, or dissertation. And also, the researchers may be expected to provide short presentations of the purpose, findings, and recommendations of his or her research to both NCDOE officials and the schools concerned. And it's clearly stated also, failure to submit the above-mentioned records may result in NCDOE not granting the researcher permission to conduct research in any of its institutions in future. So if we've granted you permission to conduct research for your honors and you fail to comply, if you apply for permission for your masters, we will just apply what is set out in the protocol. And I can mention that 95% of the students failed dismally so far to submit copies of their findings and their recommendations. So a humble request is from the supervisors that they must make sure that all students must comply to these paragraphs set out in our research protocol. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Actually, that is a very good information for us. We will, for
the different units or directorates in the department.
Yeah, thank you for alerting about that we should be submitting our final findings and recommendations to the department back, because we are doing this research for all the people in the department, including the Northern Cape Department of Education. Thank you, sir.
Yes, no, definitely that's very important. And we will definitely do that. Ours is just very, I don't know what you want to call it, new, young. We did the workshops now in the break. So it's fresh off the press that we are still busy with it. But we will definitely do that once we have written up our work. And it is good practice for the students to also learn to do that. So if we do it, hopefully they will follow suit.
Thank you. Now we are moving on to our last presentation for this session. So, yes.
Okay, colleagues, so now we've got Dr. Portis and Dr. Kunath, who's going to be presenting the project on key concepts. It's an ongoing community engagement project. A lot of our teachers are involved and spend long Saturdays here toiling away, but also having lots of fun. So over to you, you two.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nietling, for the introduction. And colleagues, so my name is Dr. Wits Boertes. I'm head of department for mathematics, science, and technology teaching. And this is my colleague, Dr. Anita Kunat, who's a physical science lecturer in the same department. And perhaps, colleagues, just before we start, just to link up to what Mr. White mentioned and Mr. Horn, it's so important to bridge the gap between theory and practice. So we can only change practice if we plow back into the community and into our programs in the DBE. So I think that's something that we take note of. And the project there was spearheaded by Mrs. Du Plessis and Dr. Nietling. It's a project that kicked off this year. And I must say something that stood out from that project, which also ties in nicely with our project, is that it focuses on community centricity and also the professional development of our colleagues. Because in the past, with the ESCOM Expo, we used to get the learners in, and then the lecturers were seen as the ones who know, the facilitators. So we taught these learners. But this time around, we're actually bringing the teachers on board. We're showing the teachers to assist their learners. So the mindset really changed to community centricity, and it's such a special project. So well done, colleagues. Okay, with that being said, our project also links up with some of the ideas of Prof. Wachit, again, linking the theory to practice, the democratic principle or practices, and then community centricity. And it's really titled Enhancing Pedagogical Development of Natural Science Teachers through a Key Concepts and Science Project. So just quickly, colleagues, and I think we're all familiar with this, we're guided by the CAPS document, and according to the CAPS document, we should really instill the skills into our learners to be scientists, right? To be quite knowledgeable in terms of scientific inquiry. But apart from being scientists and knowing how to do science, they must also develop the knowledge about science, the mastery of scientific concepts. And then lastly, and this links up with specific aim 3 of the CAPS document, which speaks to how can we teach science in such a way that we affect change in society, the social justice element. So that's just the backbone of natural science teaching at the SP level. And however, with that being said, we do face challenges within the Northern Cape province amongst the 5 districts where the issue of classroom resources is a real issue, even in 2025, right? The issue of subject knowledge gaps is an issue, not only with our learners, but also with our teachers, as the previous colleagues mentioned. Some of these teachers, they need to stand in, they need to teach natural science, but they're actually coming from a life skills background due to the context they need to teach. You know, and sometimes we have such subject knowledge gaps, language being a problem as well. And then apart from that, also the pedagogical skill sets, how to teach science properly, also often lacks. So with these key issues in mind, this is where the Key Concepts in Science project really comes on board. It's a developmental approach, and the whole idea about the Key Concepts in Science project is really to go out of our way to empower our colleagues in the field, our in-service science teachers, to be better teachers. Better teachers by adopting some of these latest teaching methodologies for sciences. But apart from that, just getting the teaching methodologies sorted out, we also provide the concrete materials, recycled materials to teach the subject well, to assist them in creating that optimal science learning experience for our learners. Colleagues, I'm going to hand over to Dr. Anita to take us through the theoretical grounding of our project, if it's fine with you, Doc.
Thank you, Dr. Botis. Actually, just to remind you all, this is an ongoing project. Every 2 years, we have a cohort which is doing this science concept workshops with us. And we did this study with our past cohort, which just left us last year. So we have a new cohort this year. Okay, so here we have the theoretical framework of social constructivism, which is a very well-known model that we all use in our current teaching and learning. And here, according to the social construct theory, knowledge is constructed through shared experience and cultural context. So our teachers are coming from different diverse backgrounds. The learners that they have come from diverse cultural context, and also because of that they are, and also the resource constraints. So because of that, the experience that they provide to the learners are not that effective, so that they can become, future scientists or engineers and all the STEM-related courses. So the purpose of this project is to involve the teachers to share their experience while they are practicing with improvised resources, and then they explain to each other, they conduct debates, discussions. Actually, the time that we need for that is not enough, but still we are trying to manage through our project that the teachers share their experiences. Novice teachers are there, well-experienced teachers are there in the group, so that they learn from each other. So here, the Key Concepts in Science project is rooted basically from the collaborative learning, as we mentioned now, that the teachers engage with each other very well. The peer-to-peer interaction, the novice teachers with the well-experienced teachers, also to share ideas on how you are taking the learners through a certain concept by using resources. And so it helps a lot to them, and the hands-on experimentation that is also conducted with the teachers, so that those teachers that are a little bit of confused or not having the confidence to present it to the learners, they get that confidence once they are engaged with the hands-on experimentation. Then the methodology, we use the qualitative intrinsic case study research design. We had 12 natural sciences teachers participating in the project, and we use focus group discussions with semi-structured questions to collect data, and also the participant observations, the field note entries, and the photo voice documentation was also used. And we also received the ethical clearance from the Senate Research and Ethics Committee of Sol Plaatje University, and we made sure that all the data collected was kept with anonymity. Then the data analysis was held through thematic coding, Dr. Botus, can you quickly go through that?
Yes, Doc, thank you very much. So we don't have a lot of time left. So in terms of the data analysis technique, colleagues, we made use of thematic coding analysis to look at the visual data through photo voice methodology, and then also some of the responses, the verbal responses from the participants. So now we're just quickly going to jump into some of the themes that we identified. The first theme would be that the teachers could use these concrete recycled materials in a practical scenario, which is actually great. So we made use of recycled materials, and from these recycled materials, they could engage in hands-on activities. And I'm just providing some visual evidence of what happened here. So we can see on the left-hand side, they used clay to form the structure of the earth with the different layers of the earth. Dr. Tiani, you can tell us if the crust is perfectly shaped, given your speciality. And then colleagues, we can also see the colleagues in the right-hand corner, they're busy engaging, and that just resembles social constructivism, you know, where people work together in pairs. If we look at the second theme, colleagues, it centers around the development of subject content knowledge. Remember, we identified a key issue is the lack of content knowledge with some of these teachers. But we should also understand they're not teaching NS for many years. Some of them come into the subject as novice NS teachers without content knowledge. And through these workshops, they reported in very bad handwriting that the content was bettered through these workshops. Dr. Anita, maybe you can take us through theme 3.
Yeah, the third theme, adoption of alternate teaching methodologies. So they are used to a certain way of teaching. Say many of them are maybe using direct instruction and they are only demonstrating sometimes, but you can see they all get the resources and they take these resources back to their school, so that lack of resource is not a problem anymore, and they can switch from direct teaching to collaborative and demonstration method, and the learners will really enjoy to see this rather than just knowing that something is going to happen and they have to imagine what's happening when direct teaching takes place. And then the last theme was the implementation of the practical teaching methods. While during the workshop, the teachers are engaged with discussions how they can present this to the learners. And that is another important aspect, that they get more confident to use how to present it, and they see that it doesn't fail when they take it to the classroom. So here the teachers became more confident, and active learner engagement and increased learner interest was a very good finding that we could get from the studies. And you can see the photographs where we received from our teachers and how the learners are engaged with different practical work for the different concepts that they were having in the grade 8 and 9 natural sciences. Yes. And
so colleagues, in conclusion, actually with the final slide, Dr. Nettling, if you allow me. Oh, 2 minutes, okay. So with theme number 4, this is actually where the project now goes full circle. Because we had the workshops, we provided the training in terms of teaching methodology, we provided the materials as well. Now they're going into the field and they're affecting change within the field, and that's where the community embeddedness comes in, which really speaks volumes of our strat plan, which focuses about community embeddedness and inclusivity. You know, so with these images, we can really see that the teachers are really taking what they learned throughout the workshops and they're plowing back into the communities, which is really good. And then finally, the conclusion would, I can maybe just summarize here, that despite the ongoing challenges that we face in terms of science education, I think there is value for such a project if it's led, or when the engine is collaborative in nature, when it's inquiry-based in nature, and if a community of practice suffices within such a space. So thanks to that, I think we could, to an extent, develop the teachers' pedagogical skill sets. We could see evidence of it. There's potential for better classroom effectiveness in science education as well, and overall, better quality science education in selected areas of the Northern Cape Province. Thank you. Then, colleagues, just a final slide. This just shows the impact. I'm sorry about this one. This just came up. Okay, so in 2024, we reached out. We had 4 workshops held in quarterly in each term. We targeted 11 schools. From the 11 schools, we could reach 1,720 grade 8 learners, 1,849 grade 9 learners. In total, you add those two, it's 3,569 learners reached through better teaching with resources in rural school settings. So I think it just speaks volumes about the impact of the project. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Sorry, colleagues, we're just going to limit this to 1 or 2 questions. Is Dr. Thomas? Yes, Dr. Thomas, because we actually, just as a note, the book launches, we need to just keep track of the time. So just apologies. There is a lunch where you can chat to the presenters later on. But if we could just have 1 or 2 questions, please.
Thank you, Prof.
Critical area. Extending the project, what you did here, and in establishing a PLC maybe, or a community of practice, because like you rightfully say,
yes.
In terms of moving forward, I think that will bring more synergy in terms of, bridging the gaps between the university and the department, and maybe getting also through, I see research here and teacher development is here, and how it can be channeled through that. So in some way, because I know that the common complaint is sometimes of the teachers, they don't have the resources, especially in the sciences. So I'm just thinking also how as idea like this can actually be very helpful if there's a deliberate attempt by the different structures and the role players,
Yes.
to create a forum, to create a COP or a PLC. It can work so wonderful because now we have basics. You are using basic materials, for science experiments, and I think that's a nice way to go. Thanks for the research.
Thank you, Prof. Perhaps can I respond? Yes, Prof. So currently, I know between SPU, the Faculty of Education, and the Northern Cape Department of Education, we had talks about this, and there's something in the pipeline. So apart from just offering this on a project basis, it will eventually filter into short learning programs, short learning courses. So we're busy with those discussions. So we will roll this out significantly. And then on the project side of things, we're also exploring perhaps reaching out to other districts, So we will really go in that direction. Thank you, Prof.
And also we have the mobile lab, so that is also something that we are doing apart from the project, that teachers can request to have this mobile lab into their schools, and they can also use the resources. And we also have the professional learning committee, the WhatsApp groups and all these with the teachers. And even if they are not with us in the workshop, they always share with us, what can I do in this case? They always interact with each other. Thank you.
Okay. Half a minute. I just want to find out, are you exploring also including our pre-service student teachers within this wonderful project? And maybe just a slide there to include colleagues in future. Thank you to Sandra.
Okay, yeah, noted. Colleagues, that's my boss if it comes to this project. Thank you, Dr. Darius. We should have actually mentioned, just 2 things. In terms of teacher or pre-service teacher development, apart from us having the workshops as lecturers, we're also roping in our pre-service teachers to sit with the in-service teachers so that they can learn from each other's experience. And that also assists with this community of practice and sharing experiences between the two. And we're so thankful for Sanral for the money. Thank you so much, Doc.
Okay, colleagues, so our next presentation is by Dr. Thomas. Can come set up so long. And his presentation is titled Assessing the Development of Pre-Service Mathematics Teachers PCK, a Case Study.
Perfect. Good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Let me just set the slideshow. Thank you for your time. I'll present to you the work that I'm busy with. I'm currently working on a paper that I'd like to publish. I haven't been successful up to this point, but I'm sure that I'll have some seasoned colleagues here who might assist me so that I can get through this, and they'll come to my assistance. So the topic I'm working on is assessing pre-service mathematics teachers' development of PCK, pedagogical content knowledge. I will look at those a few points there, but I'll save myself some time by just going straight into the introduction. So basically, background to this is that pre-service teachers' acquisition of this knowledge, special knowledge they require, PCK, is foundational. But the issue is what we picked up, that it is not satisfactory. The development of pedagogical content knowledge or the teaching of mathematics, that skill is problematic. And when I speak about pedagogical content knowledge, I'm thinking about the definition that Schulman has coined in 1986. And he said it's foundational for enhancing classroom instruction and improving learner achievement. So my definition I'm used for pedagogical content knowledge here represents this essential academic knowledge required to design effective lessons by transforming and interpreting subject matter in ways that make it comprehensible to the learners. So that is foundational, but we know it's lacking when it comes to the development within our pre-service teachers. Obviously, at the foreground of this, we have the ITE, initial teacher education programs. They should be fostering these skills. And if there is an issue, then obviously we'll ask the question, are these programs effectively preparing our pre-service teachers to be able to teach mathematics through the lens of PCK? So therefore, based on that, my aim of my study was then to determine the extent to which PCK is developed in intermediate phase mathematics students based on the experiences and opportunities that are provided to them through the enacted curriculum, with specific mention of the teaching of mathematics, for example. So background to this, Mr. Tech, the implementation of Mr. Tech brought about that all universities had to revise their curricula. And those curricula had to include integrated and applied knowledges which foregrounded the implementation of curricula that speaks to pedagogical content knowledge development. So in studies around the world, if you go to Malawi there, they've also used a study there. They also looked at the development of mathematical knowledge for teaching, which is a bit broader than PCK itself. But what they found in their study is that there was improvement in the statistical significant improvement in the pre-service teachers' mathematical knowledge for teaching, but it was ever so slightly. And they say that exposure to mathematical content courses enhances this mathematical knowledge for teaching. So what they use there, they intervened with a course on mathematical content to improve the mathematical knowledge for teaching in the pre-service teachers. Also, we found here locally a study by Zulu and Prayol. They also focused on the teaching of analytical geometry for grade 11s, and they did a mixed method approach where they also looked at qualitative and qualitative analysis. And their key finding was that limited content knowledge exists and the teaching of knowledge. So the pre-service teachers didn't do very well in terms of teaching the mathematics and also having the mastery of the content. That was also an issue. With a minimal improvement in the level of PCK, pedagogical content knowledge. So the main conclusion there, they said that PSTs, pre-service teachers, are not yet ready to teach school-level topics effectively. So this study is unique, or the contribution that the study will make is because it will focus on intermediate phase teachers and not on FET. And it will also zoom directly into the concept of pedagogical content knowledge of pre-service teachers as a case study in a local setting. So the theoretical framework, in brief, we're going to look at the mathematical knowledge for teaching model that was developed by Ball and others. And they said this theory is a practice-based theory. And the reason why I think this framework is appropriate for my study is because this framework has been used extensively, widely used there to examine teacher knowledge development. And also it defines PCK directly, makes it very clear. Schulman actually says it, other authors are saying it operationalizes the definition of PCK itself. So it makes it possible for us to be able to investigate and study. This framework is made up of pedagogical content knowledge in the main, and then also another part of this framework is made of subject matter knowledge, which we will not consider in this study, or in this paper, because the focus will just be on those three domains. The knowledge of content and students, the knowledge of content and curriculum, the knowledge of content and teaching. Methodology, in short, is positivism. We're going to look at quantitative study. I made use of a pre-test and a post-test. And we also catered for the test-retest effect by giving the pre-test in February and 7 months later the other one. The sample was students, pre-service teachers in the third year of study. And the reason why they were appropriate also is they've mastered the content, the mathematics, and now they are starting to do the teaching of mathematics, which is relevant to the development of pedagogical content knowledge. So they passed the content and now they're going to do the teaching of. What was used in the pre-test was the learning mathematics for teaching measures that was also developed by Ball and others. And these measures contain multiple choice questions, which is based on topics that we cover in the school curriculum: patterns, functions, algebra, shape, space, place value. And 21 of these questions were selected for the phase of grade 4 to grade 7. And the tests were done pencil and paper, not online. A typical example of the questions that were asked is like the one you see there about fractions. Takim's teacher asked him to make a drawing to compare the two fractions. The answer that the learner gives is like indicated there. And then what is important, the student claims that these two amounts are the same from the drawings, but the question that is asked, which is a pedagogical content knowledge question and not content knowledge question as such, what is the most likely explanation for Takim's answer? And then there's 4 options that needs to be looked into. And from this you can also see it's not a content question as such, it's about the teaching of the mathematics, whether the student can connect with what the learner knows about the topic, what the student pre-service teacher already knows about the content as well, and how you're going to assist the learner to be able to get to the next level of understanding the content. Or even to see what is the imperfect ideas of the student at this point, what is the emerging ideas concerning the teaching of mathematics or understanding of the content. So data collection, they wrote a pre-test, like I mentioned already, there was 39 questions. And then from that, we looked at the the percentage correct to work out an average, and that averages were then compared for the data analysis. We made use of Excel and also of SPSS 28, and by just comparing the averages and looking out at the performance per question per test. So we also look at line graphs, bar graphs, box and whisker plots, inferential statistics, paired sample t-test, the ANOVA, to where we looked at the significant difference between the means, whether they exist or not. Ethically, all students had to give written consent. The ethical committee at the institution also provided the consent so the study can proceed. Participants were also protected by giving them anonymize their tests so that it's not they feel safe in the environment. The results, descriptive results, I'll just go straight to the graphs there. So as you can see there, we've got bar graphs drawn for the pre-test and the post-test. Comparing and looking at that, it is clear that the performance was not very, very great. 29% average for pre-test, 30% for the post-test, which is a slight increase, but it's still very, very limited, but we don't know whether it is significant or not yet. We looked at also the spread of data through a box and whisker plot. For the post-test, we see a slight increase there. Very, very minimal again, but at least with the mean values of 28 and 30 for the post-test, there seems to be a slight increase in the performance in the two tests. We look at per questions. Per questions, we saw that one question in particular, I just need to mention that, and I'll run quickly. Question 6, the students did very, very well in that question in the post-test. They got about 92% correct. Other questions you can see they got 0%, meaning that they scored nobody in the test, in the class, in the group, scored any, got the answer right there. They got the wrong answer for many questions there. The particular thing that's important there, that grade question 6 was a question they answered that was based on content they did with teaching practice. So immediately after teaching practice, they did that, they took the test again, and they performed much better, but the students were mostly presenting that content during the teaching practice. Inferential statistics, I will just run quickly. Yeah, PSTs performed better in the pre-test, and what I did with the correlations, here we wanted to see whether there's a significant correlation between pre-test and post-test, and from the values you can see that 0.86 tells us that in the post-test the students did much better than in the pre-test, which we expected. We also see the negative values there of minus 0.6, where we say that in the post-test and the level of difficulty of the questions, there was an inverse relationship, meaning that as the questions become more difficult, students also didn't perform that well. And the other way around. If it's easier questions, they performed much better. We did a t-test as well, but the t-test could not confirm statistical significance. We did the ANOVA. The ANOVA did, in fact, as you can see, the values there, the p-values is 0, which means that we are confident that this difference in the averages between the post-test and the pre-test was significant, and it was not by chance. Yeah. So interpretation of the results. So we see there's statistical significant gains in pedagogical content knowledge due to the exposure to the curriculum. We also say that direct teaching experiences boosted the scores in the practice topics. That means the teaching practice is very important to improve the pedagogical content knowledge development. And of course, it was just limited in a sense. It wasn't very great strides, but it was at least an improvement there. The challenges that we picked up there also, that I picked up there is the students struggled with applying content pedagogy. There was also a weak influence in foundational mathematics, as some topics gave you a zero answer as a final answer. In conclusion, I'm going to stop now. PCK did improve. The students in the pre-test and post-test, what we got together, they did improve the teaching, the exposure to the curriculum, and the improvement was statistically significant, and generally the performance in the tests were indicative of low levels of PCK. They didn't manage to get 50% above scores in the test, which means the levels of PCK was quite low. But the pre-service teachers did end up with better PCK levels than what they started with before they were exposed to the curriculum. I will stop there. Thank you.
Again, colleagues, apologies. Just also that everybody knows there was an adapted schedule and we are running late with that as well. So just again, one question, please, because the book launch is starting soon in this venue.
Thanks, Doc. I'll be brief, and your limitations just answered my question, because I was going to ask that you state that statistical significance, however, the sample size, the rule of thumb says at least minimum of 30, and I can see you've got 25 there, but yeah, your slide just answered my question. Thanks.
Yeah. Colleagues, our presentation is by Dr. Chinyana and Dr. Mpisi, and the topic is South African beginner teachers' perceptions of their readiness to teach in schools. And the abstract is on page 17, 17.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Let me take this opportunity to welcome my mentor, Dr. Mpisi, all the way from William Prescott. And I also want to indicate to you that I'm a postdoc fellow under the supervision of Dr. Mpisi. So we are focusing on work-integrated learning. So in our case, we are looking at teaching practice. So we came up with a
project, with a study that we thought of following up on the alumni of Sol Plaatje. All the students who have been trained here as teachers. So we did a follow-up with the major aim of we want to know whether our program has actually assisted them when they go out there in actual practice. Like the former speakers have been talking about the importance of the link between theory and practice. So we actually wanted to see as well whether our program is actually helping on the practice of teaching when our students finish here at Sol Plaatje. So through the assistance of the research office, we managed to carry out the study. Now, we have discovered that through informal discussions in workshops with the Department of Education, with the principals, there is this concern that despite the ongoing reforms in the initial teacher education programs, beginner teachers continue to feel not ready for the realities of the South African classrooms. So when we talk of South African classrooms, we have already pluralized them, meaning that they are different due to the context where we find them. In one class where I was teaching last year, there were debates that in South Africa, we cannot find a school without a computer laboratory. Some have never been there. So I found out that I had a mixed class of students who did not know what is out there, where they would be going to. So this also links to our practices as teacher educators or teacher trainers, our institutions. What are we doing to make sure that our students know about the realities out there? Because what we tend to do is when we place them for teaching practice, we put them in areas where we can easily access them, not knowing that when they are deployed, they will then be deployed in other places where they will not be used to. So we usually place them in the peri-urban, in the urban areas, not in the rural areas like what has been also said by the keynote speaker in the morning, as well as our dean. Now, we find out that there will then be high attrition rates because these students cannot cope, they have not been able to adapt. So in the end, they see teaching as very stressful and they abandon the job. And also, we actually looked at the programs that most other universities like us are also offering. It shows that there is limited contextual training for the diverse contexts, like the under-resourced schools, like I've already said. So there is a gap in previous studies which indicates a limited understanding of the perceptions of the beginner teachers on their readiness to teach, hence the purpose of this research. So we wanted to hear from the horse's mouth what it is, how they are experiencing teaching after being trained in our institutions. So here we have seen this study being of relevance currently. Why? Because there is increasing teacher shortages in the schools because of the high attrition rates. And also, we have seen that we've got diverse learner needs in the classrooms. So what are we doing with our programs? So we also found out that this study also is going to assist. It's very crucial for policymakers the practitioners, and the affected communities. I'm so glad I'm seeing here the Department of Education. They are also here. So this study is going to assist in the policies that we will be formulating and see to it whether these policies actually match with what we have on the ground. Now, the major aim of this study was to determine the perceptions of beginner teachers on their readiness. So we actually had to define what a beginner teacher is and what readiness is. So these are usually referred to as entry-level or novice teachers. So in our study, we actually included those teachers who have been between 1 year to 5 years in service. As I've already mentioned there, that literature indicates that beginner teachers often feel unprepared for classroom challenges, which can lead to stress and job dissatisfaction. Hence, they leave the profession. Readiness refers to the state of being prepared to effectively handle a situation or a challenge. Now, we have got a mistake which has been also mentioned by the former speaker here, which actually mentions the standards or the end, the skills that are needed by a teacher after training, but it is silent on the resources, the availability of resources, which is very, very important. So we also found the global perspective on teacher readiness, on beginner teacher readiness. We also reviewed literature in Norway and Australia. They have formal structures. They have formal structures on mentorship and induction. And then in South Africa and Zimbabwe, they are still struggling with infrastructure and systemic inequalities. And then Australia is struggling with workload. Norway has few structural challenges. Now, on support and retention, we found out that in Norway and Australia, there are very strong induction and continuous professional development. And they also report of better teacher retention and confidence. Now, Mr. Tech is a framework that is being used to show the exit level competencies of a teacher. So it is grounded, yes, in sound educational theory, and it aligns with international benchmarks of teacher education, of initial teacher education. However, it falls short in its implementation, especially in under-resourced institutions. So the theoretical framework that we used was by Vygotsky, which is, we used it to analyze how beginner teachers learn and adapt to environments where they are. In South Africa, as already been said, I cannot repeat that, we have already said that. So we wanted to see whether our B.Ed and PGCE program prepares educators for the multiple roles that they are assigned to. But however, we found out that there were concerns on attrition, poor induction, and historical inequalities. Literature has confirmed that. Our methodology, we used the qualitative approach, interpretivist paradigm, and a multiple case study. And also the population were the beginner teachers in the Northern Cape. And as I have already said, those who are within 1 to 5 years We used face-to-face interviews as well as telephone interviews. Data was analyzed using NVivo, and all ethical considerations were observed. Now, in this presentation, I am only going to be showing some of the findings that we had, because we have a potential of coming up maybe with about 3 to 4 papers. But on this one, we only looked at some of the research questions whereby we were asking the beginner teachers what their perception. Can I please? Oh, there's water here. Sorry. sorry, guys. Yeah. Okay, so the questions that we asked, some of them were their perceptions on subject knowledge and pedagogical knowledge. So this is what they said. In the beginning, I was so scared of getting things wrong. But the more I taught some topics, the more comfortable I began. It's starting to make sense now. So within the first year, up to within the 5 years, they are seeing things starting to make sense. That is one of the participants. And then on pedagogical knowledge, we learned about teaching methods at university, but not really all the content for the grade. So when I got to class, I had to figure most of it myself. And the other one said, teaching practice was useful, but it's dependent a lot on who you got as a mentor. Some of us didn't really get to teach the subjects we were expected to teach. I am teaching LO on top of English that I am trained to teach. So we can see the mismatch between theory and practice. So we went on to ask them even on the strategies of some of them. We will discuss maybe over lunch. But I want to go to the conclusions. We found out that there are support gaps in the schools. Beginner teachers' readiness is influenced by the ability to integrate subject knowledge with pedagogical content. We also found out that current mentorship models are inconsistent and informal, which will then be very difficult for it to work. There is also need for continuous professional development. Teacher preparation must include contextual practicum. I thank you. So you can see the recommendations over there before I fight.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Doc, for your interesting presentation. Any questions, colleagues?
Good day, colleagues. Ma'am, can you please go to the findings? I have a question under the findings. Okay, under the pedagogical knowledge and beginner teachers' readiness to teach, the first responder there, it says we learned about teaching methods at university, but not necessarily all the content. So my question is, what is being done in terms of now filling that gap that responder said, okay, we have learned about how to teach, but not necessarily all the content. So what is being done? Because as a teacher myself, especially in FET, I heard the department is here, especially in the FET, we have a problem where as much as there's that gap, the trainings mostly is now being only given to the grade 12 teachers, meaning that even after 5 years, that specific teacher will have that gap.
My co-presenter is going to take that one.
I think that was a very insightful question. The way in which we deal with teaching practice or the program here, within the first 2 years at Solplaatje University, students only focus on content. Now that means that they can specialize either in humanities or in natural sciences or social sciences. So we give them holistic training with regards to the content, right? And it is only here from the 3rd year that we actually engage with CAPS. Now, I think it is practically impossible for us to deal with each and everything that they will be dealing with in schools. It's like when you drive a car. You learn to drive a car and we give you the basics. There's the indicator, there's the clutch and so forth. But over the years, the cars get modified and they change. And so you must be able to use the basic knowledge that you had in order to adapt. So teachers are also expected to be lifelong learners. So we really try to give them a good consolidation of the content knowledge. I don't know if I'm answering the question. Okay, we can talk outside.
I do not have a question, but I would like to just add on what Dr. Mpisi has said. I think about 2 years ago, we, in EMS, I am going to refer to EMS specifically, we identified there was a problem with content taught at EMS, which did not really prepare our students to teach content in high schools. So we were then requested to go through content as lecturers in education and make suggestions to EMS on what should be covered to prepare our students better. As to whether that was implemented,
Thank you, Doc. Is there anything you would like to add to that? We still have a minute for questions. Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Colleagues, please. This day is giving us all a little bit more than we bargained for in terms of excitement. And part of the excitement, obviously, is the book launches that we are going to do. We're going to do 2 quickly in succession. We have shortened their time to 20 minutes each, more or less, to help to catch up with time we lost at the beginning. So the first book launch is on this book, Early Childhood Professional Development. I don't want to say too much. Dr. Eleanor Adenol from Humanities is going to lead the discussion. And then one of the authors, Dr. Tanya Salia, she's going to be fielding questions. Not. Okay, well, maybe. Okay, so will some of you, or at least 3 of you, come and sit here in front, please? Okay, Eleanor, jy kan daar sit hoor. Nee, want daar's net 3 van hulle. Daar's net 3 van hulle. Okay, maar jy kan dan sommer begin as jy reg is.
There's 8 authors. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the launch of this powerful book, Early Childhood Professional Development and African Perspective. This is really an important book. It's a valuable contribution to the academic literature in early childhood, but also why it is so important is because it's a deep grounding in the African context. It centers on our unique histories, languages, cultures, and challenges in South Africa specifically, while offering practical strategies and innovative approaches that will help us in our realities in South Africa. So we have a privilege to have some of the authors here. I think there are much more than only 2. I see a few that's sitting in the benches there, if I can call it like that. But I just want to give an opportunity to those of the authors that are here to at least present yourself and just explain to us what were your contributions, if that's okay. Dr. Are there another?
Good afternoon to everyone. Okay, so this was a real privilege to take part in this book initiative project because it's at the heart of what we are really striving to do, to bring more visibility to early childhood education, early childhood care and education more specifically, because we know with the Department of Higher Education, we're getting universities that's now going into more qualifications, professional qualifications that links to a field that is still very marginalized. The birth to 4 field, and that's why we have an official, also a national curriculum framework, which is 2015. So the early childhood book, in terms of the chapters, if you have the opportunity to go to the library, please use it. But it's really very much focused around what's happening in early childhood care and education. And if we define early childhood development, then it's birth to 9 years. So it includes your children that's in early childhood centers, but it also includes the children that is in primary school level. So it's giving that holistic perspective in this book, what's happening from birth to the age of 9 years. So some of the chapters had to do with chapters that I've, for instance, contributed to. The first one was conversational language in the early years. Why is it so important to talk to babies? Or do we ignore young children, babies? But we know that it's important to have even with our gestures, expressions, talking to young children. The chapter also brings out some, for your students, just to be, when you're in the early childhood phase, be also cognizant, aware of what could be possible challenges in terms of when young children struggle with ear infections that's not picked up, because an ear infection can have detrimental effect. So what can you screen? What can you look out for? What could you be aware of as an early childhood practitioner? But also in your home environment, and more especially the early childhood center, making the learning environment stimulating. Stimulating pictures, material, but also very much important, how can that material also link to multicultural literature in terms of storytelling? And through that storytelling, how can it then become a vehicle for conversational language, even with young children? And we know at the crux of us, we love stories, we love songs, isn't it? So this book also tried to bring out the value of that. But most importantly also, the book brings out, in terms of the practitioners that works with the early child in the early childhood centers, a new concept of emotional intelligence. So how can they become more emotionally intelligent to see also, but if a child is sad, what type of conversations could I have with a young child? How can I cheer them up? So having the emotional intelligence in terms of recognizing if children are expressing anger, what type of conversations, what is it that you can do to help their child move through such experiences? Chapter 18, if I can continue, you may. Very shortly, it has to do with the culturally and linguistically responsive pedagogy in the early childhood education sphere. And it also links to all the other chapters and also the chapter that I've just spoken about now. So in terms of culturally responsive pedagogy, even in your early childhood centers that the book is based on, how can you make sure that even like today, in terms of important significance, Mandela Day, how can we maybe incorporate it? Because it's important for our children to know the cultural heritage that they come from, but also who were the pioneers when it comes to education and early childhood education. So culturally responsive, how can we make sure that even our early childhood centers, the practitioners that work there, that they can be aware of, children are diverse in those centers that they come into. So how can you make sure that you also respect the diversity through stories, through songs, and throughout the book, colleagues, students, when you read it, you will see there's always case studies that's very appropriate, but also questions that can guide you. So I really invite our foundation phase students, I see 3 there at SPU, make sure that you visit the library for this book. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Doris. I know Dr. Kevin and Dr. Emma, did I see you here? You were contributing of Chapter 8, Early Childhood Development Policies. Dr. Kevin, if you can maybe give us a little of a summary.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it was indeed, for me, it was part of the first projects I started with regarding to ECD. And we looked at the policy development trajectory, where in terms of policy, how policy in ECD developed over the years, how it looked like prior to 1994, and then the tremendous development in terms of policy, ECD policy after 1994. So we've, in the book, highlighted the aspects prior to 1994, the aspects of inequality, not that it is not, that it is addressed after 1994, but there's at least movement towards addressing those inequalities. Prior to 1994, the emphasis on development of ECD and the focus in one sector of the population, and then thereafter the focus from early the 90s, the mid-90s, 1996, the focus on ECD already captured in the white paper on education, the first white paper that came out in 1996, and thereafter the developments on ECD until a number of policies and a number of declarations were made from 1996 up until around about 2004, 2010, 2014, where the National Integrated Early Childhood Development Policy was then promulgated in 2015. And that policy is it's a broad spectrum policy in the sense that it draws from three departments. It draws from social development, health, from health, and from education, because the focus in ECD is not only on education, but it's the holistic development of the child. So in terms of that, then, we notice in the policy an emphasis on the social aspect of the development of the child, the educational aspect of the development of the child, as well as the health care that is so important in that space. So the ECD policy, the National Integrated Education, the National Integrated Early Childhood Development Policy, addresses then this holistic development of the child, as I have indicated now. Yeah, and that is it. It's also probably important to note that the policy is backed up by various legislation, and it is informed by various legislation. The Children's Act and the White Paper on Inclusive Education, and so on and so on. And in the book, we give a beautiful diagram in terms of what is it all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I just want to know, Dr. Emma, do you want to contribute something? Dr. Zuleka? Nothing. Okay. Then we go to Dr. Tanya Sillier. She contributed in Chapter 12, Movement, Play, and Outdoor Play-Based Learning in Early Childhood Education. If you can maybe just give us a little summary.
A very new doctor, and you can hear from the old masters. They are trained in this type. This is nerve-wracking for me, but yes. I think I can just link to what was said about holistic development, and it's one of my passions is holistic development in children. So when I started off thinking what a study would be for me, I first looked into maybe art as a form of expression, how children can express their emotions if they struggle verbally to do it through art. And then I looked further, and if we go back to the foundations of it, I think even back to primitive reflexes, then movement is such an important factor. So the child, I think if I ask anybody here, why is play important for a young child? And you would say yes. But if I ask you why, would you really know why every part of play and movement is important? It's because that is where the holistic development comes in. If a child plays on a playground outside, and they're not only developing their fine motor, their gross motor skills, they're also developing their emotional regulation, their social skills, their verbal and language skills. So that is to the core where the movement comes in for me. And what we looked at is just to emphasize that you do not necessarily need the resources to buy toys outside, to buy toys from stores, because outside play can incorporate what is in nature. So just giving hints to teachers and practitioners what can be used, how it can be done. The use of games such as the Morabaraba, because my co-author included that. I'm not very familiar. I just remember the old games that we played. What is, you jump over the back of the other one. What is the that one? Okay. So anyway, so it's incorporating all that cultural elements also. What is known in the community? What is contextually relevant in that community? And making use of that. I'm probably blushing now because I can feel it. I'm very red. Yeah, so it's just making practitioners more aware of the necessity to bring movement back into schools, especially, how that can develop school readiness. And if I say school readiness, it's talking about the readiness of the parent, the readiness of the school, and the readiness of the child, not through a test base. Okay, so how do we get our children in our classes more active? Because it's become not only a sedentary lifestyle that we are all accustomed to lately, more digital, children are sitting more still, they're not moving outside, and then in the classroom, just to get the discipline in the classroom, we are also denying them of their natural way of learning, and that is through play and movement. And that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tanya. I think you are totally underestimating yourself. It was a perfect answer. Then I just want to know if Dr. Bongani is here. That is chapter 27, Financial Management Skills and Training. Not here. Okay. Then I just want to, before I ask a few questions, I just want to ask, are there any questions from the audience side for any of the authors currently here? Okay, then, yes, of course, Prof.
My question is just to the authors. Is it prescribed for students?
Not yet. It is supposed to be prescribed to our students, but not yet. ECD colleagues should maybe look into that.
Yes, Prof. Thank you so much for that question. Yes, it's not yet prescribed, but also in terms of the books that already prescribed, our students are very, find it difficult to buy textbooks. But this book is appropriately used when it comes to some of the aspects in our module, which is our module that is in our second year, which has to do with early childhood development. And we take the spectrum from birth to 9 years. So some of the textbooks that they're already using is one of the textbooks that, for instance, is prescribed also from the second years, and it has to do with maths education. But in terms of that, also there are chapters in that book that's prescribed that links to chapters that's in here. For example, how do you teach in grade R and pre-grade R? All those contexts or chapters, not fully as in this book, but also some of the elements that link to this book. This book, the focus is also, in terms of this book, on early childhood care and education, the birth to 4 years. And we didn't think about prescribing it just yet because our focus is on the foundation phase. A learner in the classroom, which is your learner that will be 6 to 9 years old. But the possibility of prescribing, we're not denying that one.
Sorry, Gert, do you want to, Dr. Hanekom?
Hi. Mr. Hanekom, yes, I might not give you a full answer, but I think in terms of when you write chapters, when you write literature, you have to do research so that you can see also from a research lens what has been already used to define certain important concepts. But I also think of also in making it practically how can I say, come alive or practically relevant, to use then with those concepts in such books. And this book was very practically orientated to make sure that whether the case studies that you do or whether activities that you give to the students, so that they can really read the concepts but also understand what it means in a context. And I think the part that, you know, African perspective is also important, because we always think of a one-size-fits-all approach. Sometimes authors write only from one lens, but these are authors that wrote different authors. So that African perspective is also important to bring out that how can concepts be seen through different lenses.
Yeah, I can actually also just now add the way that I did the methodology that I used, which I will speak to later when I present, actually included a lot of those, because we first needed to address the misconceptions and the multiple views that people bring. So one of these was school readiness, because this is a word that goes everywhere with ECD, but people tend to use it then as an assessment-based type of. So then first finding out from multiple views what the terminology means for them. Things also like holistic development, play-based learning, like you say, sensory integration. So yes, I would say from my side, that is the first step that we took to address the misperceptions of certain things.
Thank you. I also just want to ask Dr. Tony Mpisi a question, if it's okay. He was involved also in Chapter 18 with Dr. Darius, Culturally and Linguistic Responsive Pedagogy and Early Childhood Education. Dr. Tony, what is one key message you hope your readers, especially the ECD leader or learners, will take from your chapter? Thank you, Dr. Mpisi. Then another question?
Yes, maybe someone who's not in ECD like myself. I need to understand 0 to 9. When we teach those at 0, because my understanding is that we are engaging the parents. So I'm not sure whether is it there for me to understand. When are you addressing that?
Okay. The other colleagues might just add also, yeah. Yes, we speak about 0 to 9 years. But when we find our practitioners in the center, they should be sensitized. in terms of the stimulation for the fetus even to start there. You know, that it's about not just the child when they're born, you know, but it's also about the fetus. So talking, reading, eating healthy. So maybe the education coming through there for the parent also, being a healthy mother, to start with that. But also in terms of our ECD practitioners, to be also sensitive in terms of when they invite or when they speak to these new mummies. And there might not be a 1-month-old child maybe at the center, but parents should be educated from a young age that it doesn't matter if the child is 1 day, 2 days old. Engagement can already happen with your child in terms of singing to your child those lullabies. So that is the type of ideas that's given over. So what type of connections can be formed between mother, child, but also between the child with the siblings and with the parents or grandparents. So the teaching part, the education part is also to say that you can nurture the pregnant mummy in terms of how she should behave, but when the baby is born, how can they go further in terms of that education part? And the education part, as we say in chapter 16, could come through taking note of your child's reactions. Like, for example, when your child is hungry, what are you looking for? When your child is happy, what are you looking for? And to show, our practitioners that they are actually playing the important role because they have to educate parents further. But say, for instance, there's a 3-month-old, 2-month-old at the ECD center that they're looking after, not to see the child is passive, not to see the child that there's nothing that I can do, because there's a lot of stimulation that can happen between a practitioner and these young babies. And I think in terms of what Dr. Tanya also alluded to, holistic development, physical development, emotional attachment that grows between ECD center practitioner and that baby should happen from a young age. And how should it happen? So the other colleagues could maybe add.
Yeah, I think the focus on ECD within this context is that we need to sensitize parents, we need to sensitize mothers, we need to sensitize the community about the value of, for example, healthy pregnancies, process, what's happening during birth, the taking care of the infancy, and all that, the issue of taking the child for immunization, all those things become so important, and hence the focus on not only the education aspect, but also on the healthcare aspect, as well as looking after the social aspect, the looking after of the young ones and the newly born children, their nutrition and all those things. So whilst we talk about early childhood, development, we not so much talk about education. But whilst, and that is what then becomes important. So whilst education is part of that, it's not only the education, and the focus shouldn't be on the education, but it should be on the holistic development of the child from birth, and even starting before birth right through to 9 years or so.
Thank you. Any other questions? I know we are running out of time, but there's another question there in the back, maybe, or is it two questions? Sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Okay. And I think also in terms of it's a JUTA publication and they have hard copies and soft copies that's available that can be purchased. Okay.
Comment on the reading part. I think that is also why I'm so passionate about the movement, because we have seen that children who struggle and, for instance, switch letters, don't have a spatial awareness or orientation problems or so. So it's actually why I emphasize through movement that children learn to sit still in a classroom. And if we enforce the whole time on them sitting and reading, They will never get to that point of really learning to read. So we need to take the natural route.
Thank you for that contribution, Prof. Yes, definitely. I'm sure the editors are looking into that. But of course, from academics side, research into those sites. I mean, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was an article published about ECD sites in rural areas and how dire the situations are there. So I'm sure that is definitely something that's going more and more. Now that ECD is on the map, it's research into ECD, especially in the different contexts. Definitely, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. We are really over time. I can see Mr. Hanekom there in the back and also Dr. Neethling showing me the time. I just also want to thank you. Thank you for the authors for being here, for the panelists for answering the questions, and for the audience for your engagement. And then, yeah, we can just only thank you for your dedication to the future of early childhood education in South Africa. And may this launch please not be the end, but the beginning of a continent-wide conversation of what it means to support and uplift and truly professionalize early childhood development in South Africa. Please continue to the dialogue with us and enjoy exploring the book. Thank you so much.
There's a certain echo that I should be hearing. I apologize for I think it's definitely my obtuse communication that led to the confusion. When I use the term obtuse, Prof. Malloy, I don't mean it in a mathematical sense. So without further ado, we are now going to quickly ask Dr. Mpisi, who always has some kind of finger in every pie, where there's research and writing being done. So Dr. Mpisi contributed to this, also a new book. Both of these books are so new that they were actually only printed last week, pretty much. So we couldn't even find, we wanted to project the images on the screen and everything, but we can't even find high quality pictures of them online yet. All right, so this book's title is Multicultural Education, a Manual for the South African Teacher. And as far as I can see, it's meant to be a practical thing. It's a practical book, it's a manual. supposed to be used by both student teachers and current teachers. It provides teachers with knowledge, attitudes, and skills which will benefit their learners and prepare them to live, work, and interact in a multicultural society. The content is in line with the South African Schools Act, the Curriculum and Assessment Policy Statement, aka CAPS, the abolishment of corporal punishment, and the language and education policies. The book is practice-oriented and includes suggestions for teaching learning activities. Like I said, I don't want to take up too much time. Dr. Mavela has very challenging questions for Dr. Mpisi, so I'm going to allow him to proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anakom. Good afternoon, Prof. and ladies and gentlemen. I first want to say thank you. I always say thank you. It's because of my background. Dr. Mpisi, thank you very much for the complimentary copy. Please make sure you sign it before we leave the conference. Yeah. I nearly greeted everyone in isiXhosa because I teach in this venue. The book is about multiculturalism, and I nearly brought an element of multiculturalism and cross-culturalism. I nearly said go, and the students would respond again, but I realized that I'm in a different platform now. I first want to just give a few impressions that I got as I was reading the book, and I'll go straight to the questions because we don't have time. Mr. Nagom said, even though I had 6 questions, he said I can only ask 1 or 2. I understand, it's fine. As I was reading Dr. Mpisi, I got the impression that the book doesn't merely theorize about multiculturalism, but it practically equips teachers to respond meaningfully to the complexities they face daily in diverse classrooms. You will elaborate on that. What I liked more is its practical approach, where in each and every chapter, you start by explaining strategies that teachers must use or can use in these diverse classrooms. And then you complement that with self-assessment activities. And to me, it simply means this book is not just a textbook, but it is a toolkit which teachers can use to reflect on their personal and professional growth. That is what I saw. In your chapter, you clearly unpacked the foundational concepts that we were talking about earlier in the other book, that is Ubuntu, equity, democracy in education, Africanization. And I would really ask you about Africanization, Doc. But as you were unpacking these, I got a sense that they are not simply buzzwords, but they are you are actually breathing meaning into these philosophies and terms in a way that you expose and explain explicitly the lived experiences and the lived realities of an African teacher. So basically, I also got a sense that the book ultimately is humanizing the classroom by giving educators tools to build communities of care, communities of equity, communities where children feel that they belong irrespective of where they come from, and ultimately communities where every child is positioned to thrive. Now let me go to my questions and then we can elaborate on this. You contributed a chapter on social justice in the multicultural classroom. My first question is, what inspired you to contribute this chapter? And secondly, because I don't want to take time, let me finish my questions. You talk about Africanization as bringing back what colonialism took away from Africa. Now my question is, sometimes people will cook traditional food, they will wear traditional regalia, they will change names of textbooks and modules to suit African philosophy and African religion and spirituality. But I got a sense that it's not merely about that. So the question basically is simple, Dr. Mpisi. what does a truly Africanized lesson look and feel like for both teachers and the learners? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Doc. That was really an intimidating question. But to respond to your first question, what is it that inspired me to write about social justice in a multicultural classroom? Now, I think it's my personal and professional experience, my lived experiences in the education environment as a teacher, as an examiner, as a lecturer now, that really inspired me to write this. Because it is within those spaces that I realized what role issues such as equity, inclusion, and social justice, how it can influence the learning outcome and also the dynamics within the classroom. And this is what really inspired me. From where I'm sitting, from my point of view, I believe that each learner in a classroom must be able to see themselves reflected in the curriculum. It mustn't be something foreign. Furthermore, my idea was also, when I wrote this chapter, was to contribute to the broader conversation on multicultural education and diversity. And from that, I realized that the great need there is for us to equip teachers in the classroom with the necessary practical strategies, but also with the necessary critical reflection on how to navigate diverse classrooms. Because I think we need to be honest, if we look at the history of South Africa was divided along racial and cultural lines. And after the democratic South Africa, everybody had to work together. And we cannot expect teachers to teach what they do not know. So we need to equip our teachers with the necessary strategies, but more so, there need to be this constant reflection. So this is really what inspired me to write this book, to contribute to the conversation, the broader conversation about transformation. But not only transformation, but transformation as a tool to liberate and not to assimilate. And I think that's the important thing. I think when we brought schools together, especially with what we called the X Model C schools, there was the tendency to assimilate, and we called it multicultural education. We did not liberate. We wanted to bring them and make them understand the Eurocentric view. So that is really what inspired me. Thanks. Oh, the second question. The second question was about Africanization, right? And what a truly Africanized lesson should look like. Now, I think I'll respond to this question by firstly looking at the components that comprises the classroom situation. Firstly, we have the teacher. Now, as I said before, you cannot teach the learners if you do not understand them. So it means that the teacher who really wants to Africanize the lesson, firstly, should not be somebody who come and impart abstract and imported knowledge to learners. I think the knowledge should be based on ideas and also knowledge which learners can identify with. In other words, such a teacher, when we teach about typhoons somewhere in Southeast Asia, the teacher must be able to make it relevant to the context, even to the learner in a rural village. In rural agricultural areas, we have whirlwinds, and you can equate and say what we speak about typhoons out there in Southeast Asia is exactly the same as a whirlwind. just when we speak about typhoons, it is of greater intensity, where here the whirlwind would just lift sand and probably papers, there it would lift buildings and roofs and things. So in other words, you need to make it culturally relevant. It needs to speak to the specific context. So the teacher should move from that premise. Then also for the learners. Now, learners also need to be able to identify with what is being taught. So the examples that we cite, we need to use examples which learners can identify with, right? When we teach literature, Shakespeare, for example, there's nothing wrong in teaching Shakespeare, but we must be able to teach Shakespeare along with African writers such as Chube, without, having to make excuses for that. So a student who studies Shakespeare, and if the teacher teaches Shakespeare, somebody who lives in a rural village, although this was written in somewhere in Europe, somebody who lives in a rural village must be able to understand the story in a similar way. Romeo and Juliet, love stories plays out throughout the world. And Romeo and Juliet is a love story which has been set in Europe. So when the teacher teaches that, when we speak about an Africanized lesson, it must be done in such a fashion that the person who lives in rural KwaZulu-Natal must be able to identify with that love story. So this is what it means to be an Africanized lesson. Language is also very important. As I said earlier on, we have various languages in the South African classroom. And learners, where they have to navigate, they first have to make sense, and we as teachers must allow them the space to make sense of the subject matter in their own language first, before they translate it into new languages. So I think as teachers, we really need to teach from a context which is known to the learners. Thanks. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mbisi. You've answered all my questions very well. It's very difficult to discuss with a scholar because he says everything eloquently and perfectly. Doc, I can't wait to read further on the Africanizing pedagogy, which I can use in my classrooms. And I know it can benefit everyone in this way because we are all teachers here. Without taking time from the audience and Mr. Gert Anekom, I'll give it over to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mavela. Dr. Mpisi, I just have one question for you, although I think the answer is pretty much not obvious, but I think it's clear to all of us. How do you envision the book helping schools move from policy compliance for its own sake? I think we all know what I mean when I say that. Because very often, and we've all been in the position where we are fighting for our lives in the workplace, and all we want to do is just to be able to report at a meeting and stay out of trouble. Now, how do we move from that mindset to actually implementing such initiatives on the ground in the classroom, if I can put it that way? And I can maybe just immediately say a book like this can help if it is used and read on a daily basis by the people who have to carry these actions out.
Yes, Mr. Anekom, I think unfortunately sometimes we just comply. But I think in order to get people to move away from only complying and to treat multicultural education just as a tick box, I think one would need to change the mindset of educators to get them to understand the true value of multicultural education, to understand that multiculturalism in the educational space really has its fangs in all aspects of schooling. And I think one can go about it in a way, maybe in a three-pronged way. One way is probably with regards to capacity building, where we capacitate teachers. I earlier on said we cannot expect teachers to teach what they do not know. So we need to capacitate teachers as well as school leaders to get a deeper understanding of multiculturalism, right? A deeper understanding beyond just demographic statistics, but for them to understand what is it that they need to teach. And once they have that understanding, they will execute their task with a greater degree of confidence and also conviction. So that is the first pillar. The second one is also to advocate for co-creation. Now, what do I mean by co-creation? It means that we have to enlist the support of the different role players in the schooling context. We need to enlist the support from parents, from learners, and also from community. We have traditional leaders. And we can invite these participants to enrich the curriculum. We can invite them to our classes to explain certain traditions, certain cultures, and so forth. So co-creation would be the next one. And I think thirdly, there should be ongoing reflection. Now remember, to have multiculturalism or the implementation of multiculturalism to find expression in the school situation, we need to have constant reflection. What do I mean by that? It means that we have to have statistics. We have to do research and to test and find out these diversity initiatives, whether it is really working, right? Is it working? And if it is not, how can we improve it? So there need to be constant monitoring of the initiatives. And I think this becomes very important. If people understand the value of multiculturalism, then we will really find some movement there. So I think this is how I think we can move away from policy, right? And not see multiculturalism only as a little add-on, but it must be really the lens through which we teach. It needs to find expression in everything we do. Our policies, the ethos of the school, and even our classroom practices. Thank you, Mr. Hanekom. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Mpisi. Firmly, 3 questions, starting with Prof. Diale.
Mine is actually not a question, but a challenge. Mine is not a question, but a challenge to Dr. Mpisi, and it speaks to point 3 that he said. I am looking forward to this chapter being turned into a research article where you get the voices of the teachers and learners about multiculturalism and understanding the nuances of that generational gap of, when we talk about multiculturalism or multicultural education, what does it mean for a 15-year-old in high school and a 64-year-old or a 50-year-old teacher that teaches them? So I look forward to that challenge that you'll be taking now in terms of actually turning this important work into active research of getting those voices and the nuances. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Diale. Now, I'm happy to report that my 2 co-researchers in multiculturalism, Professor Alexander is there, and also Dr. Kivido. They are both people who did research in multiculturalism in the Northern Cape. And we are currently envisaging a process where we're going back to the schools when we did our research on multiculturalism to see what strides have been made. And it would be important, like you said, to get the views of the teachers who are teaching in the schools and the younger learners, because I think a lot has happened. So, gentlemen, our book must come to fruition now, our research. Thanks.
Next up is Koketso.
Yes, thank you, Dr. PC, for this important contribution. I hope I'll be able to run my teacher voice. Dr. PC, I'm very happy that you mentioned language, because I believe it's impossible to dissociate multiculturalism and multilingualism. As such, I'd like to find out if the book covers any practical skills in the classroom that teachers can employ. We talk about translanguaging and code switching. However, I'd like to find out if there are any practical strategies that you delve into in the book. Number two is just regarding the marginalization of African languages in the former Model C schools or multiracial schools, as they were called in my time. As the SGBs have got, they can choose whichever languages. I'm Setswana, but I learned English and Afrikaans as the languages. So I'd like to find out if you believe that additive bilingualism, we know that the Department of Basic Education takes the additive bilingualism approach. So in that particular context, where someone is Zulu but they are learning English and Afrikaans, do you think that additive bilingualism is the correct approach? And if not, are there any approaches that you suggest?
Okay, thank you very much. Well, as far as strategies for multilingualism, it is encapsulated in the book. So if you buy the book and support us, you'll become familiar with the strategies. And yes, I think language plays a very, very important part. And I believe that we have these representative bodies at schools and in the form of governing bodies. And this is where parents should let their voices heard. But I would just like to share some of my practical experiences. When my two kids were at school, in primary school, we really wanted them to learn Setswana. And the school offered Setswana as an additional language. But after the first term, the parents, and the majority of the parents who were black parents, said that they don't want Setswana, because they brought their kids to the school to learn English. So I think it is also a mind shift that we have to make as parents, not to see our language as something which is subservient to other European languages, but to also probably, enlighten our parents so that we can protest, not protest, but to garner support for our languages to find expression in these schools. So I think that is something we need to do. We make a big issue about English, but if you go to many European countries, English is not taken seriously, They will not speak to you in English in places such as France and Italy and so forth. So I think it's time that we as Africans take our African languages seriously. Thanks.
Dr. Tony, I'm not sure I hear you talk about teachers and not pre-service teachers. I just want to find out how at Soplaiki do we implement multicultural teaching in our modules. I'm currently not aware. I know it was in the few years back, but currently, do we focus on multicultural issues in our foundational modules that you're aware of?
I think we have elements thereof in our modules, as learning units, but I think it is not sufficient, because this is really something that our novice teachers struggle with when they get into the authentic learning spaces. So maybe that is something as a faculty that we need to take seriously. We need to most probably have a module that speaks to that specifically, right? As we speak about rurality, I think rurality and multiculturalism could be coupled. Those become important things. Thank you for that, ma'am. Thanks. And then you leave me now.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I just wanted to ask, does the book have strategies that can guide the teacher on how to decolonize the idea of learners always thinking that knowing how to speak English is the measure of intelligence, and for them to actually give their responses and feedback in their own languages. Yeah. Are there any strategies on the book?
Yes. Well, the book has been structured in such a way that it's very practical. It will give you the definitions of certain terminologies, and then we also have little scenarios where specifically the chapter that I wrote has a scenario on that where we really get teachers to give them practice in how to deal with these situations in the classroom. So we'll have a scenario and we'll have questions, and then we will have some guidance, some guiding points for teachers to do. So the book is very, very practical. It's called a manual for the South African teacher. So it's not only academic literature, but there are also exercises and some cues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mpisi. Dr. Neetling, we have lunch now, if I'm correct. And then we reconvene in the various venues. What time? (3:10), everybody should be back in the venues, please. Thank you.
Colleagues, before you leave, can we just do this very, very quickly? We just want to take a group photo. Can everybody just come and stand here? Get the space here. We need that photo because there are people here who told their spouses that they are coming to a conference. So we need to have that evidence. Just colleagues, you can just stand in the different rows. Right, just here, colleagues. Hello. Colleagues, just up here, we use this part. Yeah.
So that they can just be.
Yeah. Colleagues, let's quickly do this, please, so that we can break for lunch. Some of the colleagues can come and stand here already. The short ones we can start here.
If people are going to stand in front of us.
Okay. No?
Then we can put two people.
Yeah.
When we are standing.
Others can stand there. Others can, yeah. Come stand here already. Right.
Let me rather have them sit here.
Just move in there. Tony, let go. You still cake. Sorry, Doc.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, fill the space. There are gaps there. Fill the gaps. Is it possible for people to come and stand here? Right, let's fill the gaps. The short ones, some shorter people can please. I'm not discriminating, but can you get the smaller nyanas? There we are.
But write me that email. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. Okay, everyone can't leave now. That's not fair to our presenters. Doc, you here? You ready? Okay. Colleagues, students, researchers, I think it's also that time in terms of to continue with our program. Dr. Orosomwan, you can maybe come to the front and then you can bring your memory stick for your presentation. Okay. And then I'll just introduce you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there. Okay, Doc. So, dear colleagues, okay. So when I leave out, then it's not a, disruption. Yes. Okay. You see, time is so a problem, but let's handle it. Yeah. 20 minutes. Yeah. So after 10 minutes, I'll show him this. But I'm also will you put on your stopwatch? Okay. Good afternoon, welcome. Come inside. This is still Auditorium A. If you want to come and listen to Dr. Orosomwan. Okay. Just to our presenter, Doc, it's 20 minutes. Yes, I'm going to sit there and then we're going to show you after 10 minutes. Yeah, we're going to flag the card. Okay.
20 minutes all through or 15 minutes?
No.
5 minutes question?
It's what, 15 minutes? No? 15 minutes presentation and 5 minutes questions. Okay, thank you so much. Let's listen please to Doc.
All right. Good afternoon, colleagues and students. What I want to just do, I'm not a curriculum specialist. I'm not from Faculty of Education. I'm from NAS. So if you have any question that has to do with curriculum stuff, you can meet the experts in the Faculty of Education. However, this is what I have to present today: bibliometric analysis on optimizing curriculum design through machine learning and techniques. I may not be speaking much because my slides are many and I need to go through the results. All right, that's my abstract. We know that of recent, the demand for data-driven and adaptive curriculum design has been increasing. And because machine learning is very good in this regard, so there has been a rise in machine learning in terms of optimizing the curriculum design. So the idea is, I just wanted to find out, looking at the research landscape, see what is happening, and what direction is the research in the field going? Because, distant time from now, I want to venture into combining my field with education. So the methodology used is we have to just consider, a database, which is Scopus, and then we use some bibliometric analysis software to do the analysis. And we were able to discover the trends and also come up with some information that would be very useful, for the stakeholders. Yeah, that's introduction and theory, but I won't have time to speak to them. So these are the objectives, at least, okay, I intend achieving. So in terms of the framework or the methods I used to gather information, as I've said before, are the data sets obtained from Scopus. I know there are different databases, but Scopus was just used. Okay, that's the search string. Okay. Is it pointing? Oh, it's for me to scroll. I see. I thought it was a pointer. All right. So that's the search string there, and then the information got in. It was exported as a CSV file for analysis. And the duplicates, some cleaning was done using Microsoft Excel. And so these three popular bibliometric analysis software were used. The bibliometric, that is the BiblioShining, Voice Viewer, and Search Space. After cleaning some analysis, additional analysis were done, tried to compute the H index, the G index, the Bradford's law, and as well as the Lothia's law to just get some insight. Okay, so these are just additional information and then the limitation associated with the work. So the exclusion-inclusion criteria is tabulated. The way, the information were retrieved. At the end, there were about 1,346 documents that were analyzed. Now we go straight to the results and discussion briefly. So the table before us gives us about 9 of the machine learning techniques that are being used in optimizing curriculum design. So the topics are there as well as the references. Now the bibliometric statistics we have before us here, the time span was from 2001 to 2025. So about 714 sources. And then we have the references there. And the authors, 4,060. Okay. Now this the publication trends. We discovered that it's increasing. From the inception, you can see it's increasing. And that's the citation trend also. Though it has not been stable, but there's an element of increase. In terms of the world map contribution regarding the countries, this is what we have. You can see South Africa, they're just 15. And we are making progress, but if you look at China, India, USA, they are in the lead. Okay, now in terms of authors, the contribution by the authors, this is just the first 10 contributing authors, and the number of documents that are published is shown on the screen. Then the institution, contributing institution, the first 10 listed here also. And in terms of citations, China is in the lead, followed by USA, Hong Kong, and just like that. So the top 10 cited articles are listed here relative to the topic. And the average citation, okay, for each authors, that's what we discover. In terms of the G index and the H index, we discover that Wang Guai is in the lead compared to others. I guess and I believe that we know what the H index and G index is all about. So this graph is showing the multi, that is collaboration, okay, between the blue one, that is the single authorship, and then the multi in terms of publication. So in terms of collaboration, I discovered that from South Africa is only collaborating with just a country. Okay, but if you look at the rest, there are quite multi-collaborations between the countries and other countries. So that is the co-authorship network. And the Sankey diagram is just showing us the author country and the authors as well as the keywords. You see the relationship between them. And then this is the clustering, the keyword co-occurrence. See, three major, though there are many, but three are standing out. The artificial intelligence, adaptive learning, and the contrastive learning. So it clearly shows the keyword that is prevalent in the field. So in terms of the trends or the thematic evolution, we discover that currently we're in 2025, so the top 3 bars or cycles is telling us the prevailing keywords as at now, but we can see the trends anyway. And last year, 2024, there were quite some work and citations that took place, and the keywords used, after the first 3, the second 3 is clearly shown there. Okay, unfortunately, there's no time to explain, but I believe many of us are familiar with this, coupling. We see the impact and the centrality of the keywords, okay? And this has to do with the authors. All right, so in terms of the Bradford's law, the table below on the screen clearly shows to us that indeed the law is being obeyed. We discovered that just about a few percent, not even up to 1% of the journals, they are contributing much to the field. So now the Locker's law, that's what is like, and the principle is there. So this graph clearly shows the state of the productivity of authors, and which also obey the law. We discover many of the authors, they contribute few, but very little portion of the authors contribute much to the field. So these are the gaps. Okay. Some regions are underrepresented, especially Africa, and my focus is South Africa. As we discovered in the world map, it's only 15 and 1 collaboration. Okay, so, and also in the field, there's limited integration of real-time data sources. So there's need for interdisciplinary framework, and there's potential for combining machine learning now with learner feedback system. Okay, in conclusion, it's clear that the machine learning, is reshaping, optimizing curriculum and design research. And definitely it will continue, because there's no way it's going to be coming down. It's going to continue. So we need to brace up, embrace the field, and get involved. So the information in the research gotten so far, definitely we help the stakeholders, give insight to the roadmap for researchers, people that want to venture into the field, want to collaborate, the authors you need to collaborate with, the country to collaborate with, and then see how we can enhance the curriculum solution. So the promising trend, artificial intelligence, contrastive learning, personalized learning, adaptive learning. Though there are others, but these are prevalent. Okay? So there's a call for broader collaboration, especially between authors in South Africa and other countries in the continent of Africa, and as well as the other parts of the world. So these are just some references cited in the work in this presentation. So thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues, students. Maybe just to say thank you, Doc. And you're welcome to ask questions or give comments. Is there a question? Yes, a question.
Thank you, Doc. I believe that while machines can help us personalize the curriculum, they must be guided by human ethics. So how do we ensure that machines, to be specific, AI in curriculum design, doesn't replicate bias, looking at the fact that AI can reflect on racist or classist? What is the balance between machine adaptation and teacher autonomy? How can technology support teachers without replacing them? Thank you.
When the Dean Faculty of Education was talking, she made mention of something that there's no way artificial intelligence or machine can replace human being. Okay? In the real sense, all the things that machine learning they are doing, artificial intelligence is doing, is human being that programmed them. It's human being that wrote the program that is performing what you see as if it's a magic. Okay? So in that case, there's no fear of the fact that teachers will be replaced. Okay. Now, the artificial intelligence or machine learning, the ethical aspect of it is a hot debating, sphere in this field. Okay, but we are improving. However, when you use data to do analysis, to get information from students, the interaction with the learning system for analysis, there's always the need to handle the data carefully. If there's imbalance, there are methods to balance the data so that there will not be biases. All right? So there are mechanisms in place that do handle what you are concerned about. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think the presentation was good according to me, and also I support the idea. So now my question is that how do we ensure that we include those that are, because I think you outlined it also that there are limited resources in terms of connectivity and all those things. How do we include those ones who are in the rural areas?
Those who are in the
rural areas.
Rural area. Yeah, that work should be shifted to the shoulder of the government, okay? Because if things are what's supposed to be, there should be network everywhere, okay? And there should be electricity everywhere. And then the rural areas, the students there, they should have access to technology. Okay, so the solution to such a problem boils down to the government. We have what it takes to make all these things available. Okay, so however, based on what we are seeing now, so Plug-A can step in, so Plug-A University can step in, okay, by reaching out to students, maybe during holidays or something like a boot camp for the students and all this stuff, to keep them abreast of what is going on, okay, and they can be involved through that means. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. We're going to go to our next presenter for this session. Okay. Okay. Dr. Tanya will go next. Okay. So in this specific venue, we're going to listen to 2 more sessions for this time slot. We're going to listen then to one of our staff members here in the Faculty of Education, Mr. Koketso and Tumbani. You have 15 minutes and then 5 minutes of questioning, which will be handled by Dr. Sillius. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Daris. For this presentation, I'm wearing my student cap. For this duration of the presentation, just see me as a PhD student presenting a study titled Exploring the Factors that Influence Foundation Phase Pre-Service Teachers' Adoption of Educational Coding and Robotics. This is just an overview of the presentation, starting from introduction and background, research questions, all the way down to expected contributions. In his seminal work titled Mindstorms, Children, Computers, and Powerful Ideas, Seymour Papet coins coding as the process of creating instructions that a computer can execute. Similarly, he defines robotics as an interdisciplinary field that involves the design, construction, operation, and use of robots. In South Africa, we know that coding and robotics are a relatively new field in educational technologies. As such, there is a gap in teacher training on the use of coding and robotics. There is a reluctance by in-service teachers to adopt the use of educational coding and robotics, particularly in the foundation phase. This reluctance might stem from challenging environments in the schools, lack of adequate professional development, and also we have to look at ourselves from the university perspective. Perhaps a lack of teacher training makes teachers reluctant to actually adopt it in their teaching and learning. As such, only a small number of teachers are familiar with educational coding and robotics in the South African primary school classrooms. I cannot assume that you know. However, if you're in the foundation phase, you would know that we focus primarily on learning and cognitive development. As such, coding and robotics emerges as critical in developing things such as critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, problem solving, and so on. It's so fundamental that the Department of Basic Education ran a pilot study in 2019 focusing on coding and robotics from grade R to grade 9. However, a closer look will show that the focus was on the higher grades rather than the foundation phase, which is something that we can say grade R to grade 9. However, the bigger focus was on the higher grades rather than the foundation phase. So, what problem are we faced with? Despite the buzzwords, Fourth Industrial Revolution, coding and robotics, which are the social influence, there is still reluctance to adopt, and there are barriers, as I stated, regarding the infrastructure and so on. Very few institutions, currently I only know of one, offer coding and robotics to their pre-service teachers. As such, the pre-service teachers are then not exposed to this technology. However, a CAPS document has already been developed, and soon as they graduate, they are expected to teach this. However, they have not been adequately prepared for it. Moving on to the research questions, the first three are quantitative in nature, and the last one is qualitative in nature. So the first one looks at the behavioral intention of pre-service teachers to use coding and robotics before the training. And then we look at after. So has there been a shift between that? The third one looks at a comparison of before and after. And finally, in an effort to triangulate the quantitative data, we will focus on focus group workshops, focus group interviews to try and triangulate the qualitative data with the quantitative data. The objectives: initially, we intend to administer a pre-UTOUT. So UTOUT stands for the Unified Theory of Acceptance and Usage of Technology. They will have that pre-test. They will then be developed. After they're being developed, we will administer a post, we will compare the two, and then evaluate. So the objectives are tightly linked to the research questions. Now, this is the theoretical framework, and the theoretical framework is based on the Unified Theory of Acceptance and Usage of Technology by Venkatesh and his colleagues. Okay, I can't point. Yes, right there on the left-hand side, your left-hand side, those are the independent variables, performance expectancy. I will delve deeper into what each one means. And at the bottom, those we refer to as the moderators. Age. Perhaps someone who is nearing retirement might not have that performance expectancy as someone who has just entered the field and is very energetic. So those are the moderators. Gender, we all know that perhaps sometimes they say males are more inclined to adopt technology than females, which I believe is not true. However, this is what the research aims to uncover. So, as I said, performance expectancy, for instance, is the extent to which someone believes they can perform the task. Effort, how much effort are they willing to put into it? Social influence, as I stated, the buzzwords, the department, everyone is saying, look, you guys have to do this. Facilitating conditions, I spoke about the varying environments and how difficult it is for teachers, particularly in rural contexts. They do not have the necessary equipment, so on and so forth. Hedonic motivation, do you enjoy it? Or are you just doing it because your HOD said you must do it? So these are some of the factors. When I said exploring the factors that influence adoption, these are the factors that we will be looking at. I adopt a pragmatic paradigm, mainly because it focuses on practical solutions. This is a problem. We do not just want our research to end up in the library, but we want to come up with practical solutions that people can use and solve problems rather than a comprehensive worldview. Looking at the literature review, if you can have a look at the methodology, most of the studies that are being looked at are studies that have either used the UTOUT. If you look at the study by Makafani and Mshongo, it is pretty similar to this. However, the context is different. So they used mixed methods, survey and interviews, 150 pre-service teachers, and they also used the UTOUT, and it's in South Africa. However, we looked at studies also that were administered in Ghana, or rather, I don't like using this term, but in third world countries that we can actually compare ourselves with, because there's no use looking at research particularly or comparing ourselves with countries like the United States, where MIT has made great leaps in this particular field. However, we can look at that as a means to get to where they are. With regards to the research methodology, I think this is more explanatory. However, we look at a sequential explanatory mixed methods. I think this will explain it much better. As I said, we'll have a baseline, we'll have the workshops. After having the workshops, we'll have the final test, and finally we'll have the focus group interviews. We are hoping to have 60 to 100 participants. It's a convenient sample because the researcher is at a university in the Northern Cape. I think I can say Salt Lake University in this particular context. So we will be looking at our own pre-service teachers, and it's mainly because of the proximity and ensuring that funds and so on are not utilized on unnecessary things. And like I said, they will be selected based on their availability, accessibility, and willingness to participate, which is something, I know my HOD is somewhere in this room, which is something that we can look into having a coding and robotics module or short course for our students in future. The instrument, as I stated, we'll be using the UTOUT 2 instrument. It is a 20 to 30 item instrument depending on the type of research that you are doing. It is a Likert scale, 1 meaning strongly disagree, 7 meaning strongly disagree. And there are certain items, this table will explain it better. For instance, if you look at performance expectancy, there are 4 items related to that, to those independent variables, as I said. So each item has got its own items, and you can choose whether you're going to have 2 or 3 out of the 4, or you have all the 4, based on the particular study that you are embarking on. In terms of the qualitative instrument, the reason why we look into using focus group interviews is because if you're dealing with over 50 or 100, it truly does become tedious to have individual interviews with each person. However, we're looking to necessarily triangulate the qualitative data and the qualitative data. So the second point says validate observed shifts between the pre and the post. The interview areas, behavioral intention, of course, learnings from the workshop, future intentions, likes and dislikes, and so on. Analysis, when it comes to the quantitative data analysis, the critical value or the alpha value will be at 0.7. Reliability, constructs within the UTAU2 module will be assessed. We might use AMOS, Smart PLS, CBSEM, depending on which particular systems we've got. And I'm not going to purport to be a statistician or a statistical genius. However, the university that hosts this university has got a department called StatCon, where there are statisticians that assist with the generating of the quantitative data, so we will be leveraging on their expertise. In relation to qualitative data, thematic analysis, I think Dr. Vietz delved deep into thematic analysis earlier on, so that will be based on the data obtained from the focus group interviews, and content analysis will be used from the field notes that I, as the researcher, will be taking. Expected contributions, from a theoretical perspective, we intend to hopefully extend the UTAUT theory. So the UTAUT theory has, according to my knowledge, not been used in a rural setting in South Africa. So we hope to find more variables that might be there. So for instance, maybe there might be a variable about location, rurality. Maybe someone is from an urban area and someone's from a rural area or a township. So those are some of the things that we are looking to provide. From a practical perspective, inform teacher training programs, maybe even develop our own for our university. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and open for questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Kuketso. You can see when it's a foundation phase lecturer, they come very energetic when they're still young. So we'll allow 5 minutes for questions, please.
And please be kind.
My question is that, given that not all platforms are mobile friendly and some students only have phones, not access to laptops, what initiatives are being taken or can be taken to address the digital divide in rural areas to ensure equal access to coding and robotics in education? And how can we ensure that coding and robotics are used in a way that is relevant and meaningful to learners in the foundation phase? Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think I would direct that question to our visitor from the department. I think possibly he would be more in a better position to answer it. However, in the foundation phase, when we talk about coding and robotics, it is not necessarily related directly to the computers. For instance, when we talk about critical thinking skills and so on, if I give, remember Simo Papet defined coding as giving an instruction that is to be executed. So if I give my grade R learner an instruction and say, walk forward 3 times, turn to your left and walk twice. If they can, 1, 2, 3, look left, 1, 2. That is coding and robotics in the foundation phase. So we talk about teaching from a shoestring. So some of the barriers that are experienced might be mitigated by focusing on coding and robotics in the foundation phase. Thanks.
Your presentation reminds me of something that really caught my attention at the school that I normally do my observations at. So I asked the HOD about robotics and coding, since I saw that the school is very well capacitated to introduce such. So they said that teachers go for such trainings, but when they come back with all the information, but they implement nothing. So which made me realize that transformations or initiatives like this in rural communities, they come as projects and leave as reports. So I want to ask, how can we ensure that initiatives like this remain sustainable in rural communities, and how do we ensure that the school benefits even after the exposure, like workshops we were talking about, is gone? How do they continue to implement it? Thank you.
Very wonderful question, sir. And that is the crux of this particular study. Because if you look at right there, when we talk about behavioral intention, right? After behavioral intention, we look at use behavior. Are they actually going to go into the school and implement it? So this is precisely what we are trying to uncover. And hopefully once the study has been completed, you will just grab it.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Maybe if you can go slide by slide, your title slide. Yeah, there are certain ways there that are just taking space unnecessarily. All studies are explorations, they are investigations. So, you think you need that? Okay, you will think about that. And then the problematic. Why do you always have to kill us and resuscitate us? By telling us how bad the situation is, and then you give us a little bit of hope in the end. That's not how you problematize a study or a phenomenon. You problematize it by looking at all other factors that are related to it, and you look at the controversy in a provocative manner, like the guest speaker was saying in the morning. Provocation, not in a negative way, but provocation to say, to enthuse your curiosity, to want to look for further information or more about the phenomenon. And then where you spoke about Tavakol, and then I think it's validity or reliability, that slide. You spoke about 0.7.
Oh, the alpha, the Cronbach alpha.
Yeah, 0.7. And what about 0.9 and above? So you must check that one. In the same source, it's there, what they say about 0.9 and above. So they talk about redundancy there, where some of the questions are no longer necessary. So you check that one as well. What was the other one? What is it that you don't like about Uta Uta?
About?
Uta Uta. Uta Uta. What is it that you don't like about it? So critique that theory of yours. So your contribution is not only about bringing results and findings and so on. You also have to critique what was written there. So in research, we try and avoid discipleship, if you know what I mean by discipleship. There are 10 commandments. The reason why I don't go to church is because they are preaching the same thing. Since I was young, the commandments are still 10. I asked the pastor recently, how many are they? Have we added one or so? Have you revised some of them? No, they are still the same. So I have not missed out on anything. So sometimes in research, we don't miss out on anything because we're still repeating the same things that were there. So your contribution is both on a theoretical level, methodological level, and practical level. So theoretically, you critique that theory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. The majority, I will certainly be taking them up with my supervisor. And regarding the one of the Cronbach Alpha, spot on. Hopefully, once we conduct the pilot, we will be able to ensure that we fix such things. Thanks, Prof.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Ripani, the research guru in the room. You're not allowed when I present.
Thank you, Mr. Timbane. So my question is based on your theoretical framework. Can you go back to the slide? So what I want to know from you, why did you choose this framework specifically as opposed to the UTAUT, the original one? So I think I might know what your answer is going to be. So why did you feel that it is a need for you to look at the moderators that were not included in the first UTAUT framework?
Thank you very much, sir. Venkatesh and his colleagues, when we look at the particular moderators, we find that particularly in the foundation phase, we find that most of the educators are a little bit much older, and they are about to maybe to exit the system, and only a smaller number of them are getting into the system. So when we look at, for instance, age, that is one of the reasons why the UTAUT 2 was selected, to try and uncover some of those things. When we look at gender, as I stated, most of the teachers in the foundation phase are female teachers. So I think it would be interesting just to look at some of those particular points. And also, the UTAUT 2 adds more independent variables, such as habit, for instance. How often do you use technology, or how often do you engage in coding and robotics? Price value. So the reason for choosing the UTAUT 2 is because it provides a broader outlook. I think that is why Venkatesh thought to build on the first one of 2001, 2002, and ultimately develop this one. I hope I have answered sufficiently.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That was the time limit for the questions. Koketsu, you're released now. I won't put you through one more. So next up, we have Dr. Deborah and Dr. Zuleka presenting Empowering Foundation Phase First-Year Students with Non-Cognitive Skills for Sustainable Academic Performance.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. Yes, this is the title, Empowering Foundation Phase First-Year Student with Non-Cognitive Skills for Sustainable Academic Performance. This is a community engagement activities. We felt we should let the lecturer know what is going on with the student we are lecturing. It is good we impact them with content knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, knowledge of children they are going to teach, but we also need to know how they feel, their experiences, and what we must do to support them. We all know that first-year students, especially those from an interior rural context, face a multitude of challenges during their transition from where they're coming from to university. And then the challenges such as social isolation, difficulty adjusting to campus life, learning hustle, behavioral deficit, and many more. And then this is conducted with first-year foundation phase students. And foundation phase is viewed as the best stage for teachers to fortify children with the values and knowledge needed to become 21st century citizens. And if this is going to be achieved, then there's need for us to equip the pre-service teacher with just more than cognitive knowledge. Hence, the purpose of this study is to support the foundation first year pre-service teachers with non-cognitive skill, soft skill, that will equip them not just to perform, to teach, but even professionally to suit in to the teaching role they have been prepared for. And after gathering their knowledge, we proceeded to equipping them with some skills, soft skills, such as emotional stability, problem-solving skill, creativity, diligence, teamwork, and determination to study. We move on because of time to methodology. The study was grounded in Vygotsky's sociocultural theory, which has had an important influence on educational philosophy. According to his approach, learning takes place through interaction between the lesser one with more knowledgeable others, those who have better skills and knowledge than the learners. And then foundation first pre-service teachers have been prepared to go there and teach foundation first children. They're expected to acquire more than just cognitive skills, but also these other softer skills. So the data were obtained through both quantitative styles and qualitative. So the quantitative data now was examined using thematic analysis. And then the qualitative data now was analyzed by telling them to use drawing to express themselves, to explain their experiences. And the findings shows that 90% of the students are faced with challenges. You know what? I'm so happy because they are true. They are truthful to themselves. They express how they felt with the lecturer styles, with their own life. So now, from this table, you can see the table there. These are the teams. The teams, we have the teams in the first column, and then the other one I put strongly agreed, disagree, and neutral. When you look at the strongly agreed and agree, you will discover that the teams of peer pressure, about 70, more than 70 of them have challenges combining their studies with peer pressure. Then the next one, procrastination. Virtually all of them, more than 90, you see, of them said, that's a big problem now. And then the next one, lack of interest and motivation. Many of them said they are not motivated to do anything. Some, they are just indifference, apathy. Some of them, lack of time management. The other group, too much time on social media. And we have some of them who are loner. They just want to be themselves. They refuse to join other people in doing group assignment and all those stuff. And so, the same thing I have on table is what I still have on these slides. Then finding through photo voice now, the student further buttress their ideas by using different pictures to express themselves. This one said, I just left my books. She drew herself, the books on the table, and she was playing with her phone. She said, I just left my book for my phone because I felt lazy now. And I told myself I will do it later. Then this other group now, they drew tortoise, and the tortoise not very clear here, and snail to describe their own level of lack of interest and motivation. And say, our level of motivation and interest is very low. We just procrastinate. Then the other group said, most of the lecturers did not care if we understood what they taught us or not. And they always told us that they are getting paid, even if students don't listen. So we just lose interest now. And then this other group drew 0. Just 0, empty. And they said, hey, we feel empty like this circle, just rolling with time. Then the other one said, restlessness, laziness, procrastination. I don't have focus now. So after gathering their experiences, we decided now to organize a small class with them to point to them how important these skills are for the university student. Taught them about problem-solving skills, teamwork, adaptability, time management, determination, and diligence. And you know what? This thing really works. Now, let's quickly see the outcome of the activity. The study positively impacted the way the students view their academic journey now. And below are their voices. The first one group said, oh, I learned now that teaching in the foundation phase encompasses more than academics. It requires supporting the emotional, social, and cognitive growth of young learners. At times, I felt overwhelmed by the extensive lectures and assessment, but thank you for this session. Another one said, oh, I am elevated with this session. I'm determined to be focused now. Then we still have another one, I'm awake now, thank you, ma'am. Then we have another one, just rolling before without focus. This session is a wake-up call. I think we need more, ma'am. Thank you, and thank you. So we discovered that this study is needed more, as they have requested, to let them know why they are at the university, that I decided to create this awareness for us to know how they felt whenever we go to the class, how they feel, that it's not just for us to take them the knowledge, they need these important skills. So the studies may provide lecturers with awareness that will assist them in developing ways of supporting students facing similar challenges. When you go there to teach, be aware the type of student you are going there to meet, and see how to elevate their interest by using positive words, and see how to make the environment conducive for them to acquire the skills we are there to teach them. In addition, the finding provide component for reflection on how to improve the experience of foundation phase, first year pre-service teachers, and prepare them as we are trying to prepare them for the future work. This is just a little we did during the activity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doc. The presenters are making my job very easy today because you're all finishing way ahead of time. Any questions?
Thank you very much. I love the presentation and I resonate more with it. And now I wanted to ask, is this only available for the foundation phase pre-service teachers? Because only for them? Because there's something that I realized within the senior phase and FET, that the age gap that young pre-service teachers are entering into the field with, it's not that far from the learners that they are teaching in the senior phase and FET. And now that ends up being a difficulty because of now they are able to connect with each other. So a framework like this one or a model like this one, if senior phase and FET teachers were to also get it, they will be able to also use it there. And also considering the idea of feedback, as the first keynote speaker spoke about, that feedback is important. I resonate with that thing of sometimes we will be left in the dark and not understand, and lecturers will really not put in the effort. So how do we then bridge that gap between the student and the lecturer in them ensuring that they get all the feedback on time?
Okay. If I really get your question, getting feedback from them, there's what we call reflective activities, which we are taught. And then I think we did it before. Once in a while, it's expected of us to let the student talk about how they experience the knowledge we are teaching them. Maybe provide them with some activity to hear their view. We allow them now to speak out. We allow their voices to be heard. So we don't not just go there and bombard them with whatever we want to teach. There's need for us to create a room to listen to them. So it's we, the lecturer, that must do that. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I don't really have a question, but a comment. I want to say, as foundation phase student teachers, we are taught to support children, to model the emotions and behavior that children must present. But I want to say that many of us are still young. I'm 19 and I expect to graduate to be qualified at 22. And speaking truth is that we are still growing. Some of us come from broken homes. We are still healing. So I want to say that I think our institution or training should help us grow emotionally too from within, not just prepare us to support the children. And so we cannot pour into others while we are not full yet ourselves. So I want to say that we should also be given space to grow emotionally from within, not just from the exterior environment. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's the essence of this community engagement. You understand? We just have to start from somewhere. Thank you. We've heard you. We'll do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Actually, I think the student, it's like he read my mind. He read that I was going to react on that, especially on the emotional part, because there's so much focus on the cognitive. And as foundation phase students, they are expected to go mold the learners. They're expected to build the learners holistically, so physically, emotionally, and socially, and all those domains. And especially the emotional part of it is mostly neglected. So I really think that maybe, I don't know if it's a short course or some course on emotional intelligence should be implemented to guide students so that they also build their emotions before going out there to give out what they don't have. So I was going to comment on that. It's really not a question. I was going to comment on that to say it's a very important aspect, you know, not especially for foundation students, because now they're going to start molding very young learners who are still struggling to regulate their emotions and all of that. And by the way, those are my students.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. I think I and my colleague, we've discussed about that. That's the next thing we are planning to do with the student. We are planning another session with them, and those are the areas we want to talk about. You cannot give what you don't have as a teacher. You should be emotionally stable, strong, before you can help those children out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, I think that is why it's so important to get the students also in here to listen to research and to give their feedback, because that now gives us a new way forward of what else can be incorporated. I'll have to introduce the next presenter, who's a very good friend of mine, sometimes, other times not. But I'll have to ask somebody to just come do the timekeeping, because it's me that's the next presenter. So, Immaculate, or will you be able to just... Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. There will be no questions allowed at the end of this session because we want to go home. Yeah, you'll have to excuse me. I took on a little bit of a different approach. I'm always kind of challenging something. The reason you'll see it's not maybe on an SPU template because this came from my PhD study, and affiliation is not while studying here, and it's also an ETDP CETA internship bursary funded study. So a lot of technical issues there. So I was going to present participatory action learning and action research, PALA. And then I decided I'm not going to go into depth on PALA maybe itself because it's a very, very complex type of methodology integrated in so many different things that I would rather tell you more about what it contributed to my study and what are the challenges that I actually had with it as a design. So just for some academic purposes, I followed a qualitative mode of inquiry through a transformative participatory paradigm with PALA as a design. So the specifics. What is PALA actually? It is something that came from many other action research areas, such as action research itself. And I just highlighted some of the things that is included in your PALA. It is focused on your planning, acting, observing, and reflecting. Real-world issues. Your participatory part, the critical pedagogy that we heard this morning, focusing on empowerment, social justice, involving marginalized voices. So you will hear it speaks a lot to the things that were mentioned this morning, but what we are striving to do with research. Action learning, it's the part that goes into your learning through addressing the issues, okay, by the group itself, not the researcher. And then PALA comes together as, like I said, an integrative practice. It's participation, it's learning, it's action. So the action means you actually have to do something. And what impact did that have for the community or the context that you placed it in? Okay. And then it also focuses on your transformation and your lifelong learning. And I think that will become more clear as we go along. It is a community-based research. And community-based research is basically always focused on the voices, the unheard voices. Giving time, giving space to people that are normally not heard, facilitating change. And if I say facilitating change, it again speaks to something that Mr. Hanekom said. We do not just assume the terminology means this. Facilitating does not mean I come in and I help you empower yourself. Because who am I? Okay, transformative and asset-based. Okay, the original aims of the study was more of a skills type of development. And then again, you will see as we go along, it's not the skills I decide you need. During the whole process of the research, together we decide what skills do we need as a group to improve to do this research question that we developed. Okay, I think I might be going too slow. So PALA itself as a design has the same words that we said for community-based. It's transformative, lifelong, advocates for change, sustainable, collaboration, all these wonderful words that we throw out there. But if you do not really follow the process and get into in-depth part of the process, then you are just saying you're doing PALA, but you're not really doing it. Okay, so PALA's process looks like this. So you will see it's not a linear process. It's not a circular process. It's a complicated circular, coming back, going forward, overlapping process. So the left-hand side is adapted from Prof. Leslie Wood. And you will see what makes it complicated, and that is why I said it's too complex to explain in depth, because you cannot technically go into the PALA process and research when you've already decided on your research questions. You need to find your research questions together with a group of participants. But how do you apply for ethical clearance if you don't have a proposal with research questions? So you will see the parlor process follows, where's this thing? Okay, the top part of the circle says relationship building. Okay, so before you can actually start with anything, you need to build relationships with the people that you are going to be involved with the research. And then you will see after all of that, I don't think this thing is working, on the right-hand side, no, where is it now? Sorry. But anyway, after the whole relationship building part, then you only decide together on your research questions. Okay, so that in itself is very difficult to understand if you haven't even started. There's the highlighted research questions. You will see it's a snippet of the entire cycle, and then on the red arrow is only where your research questions is. But by this time, you've already submitted your whole proposal, and it's gone through the whole clearance stage. So just to show you what the research question was, the 3 sub-questions, what we focused on, my little moving people there, because you know what's my passion is movement and physical activity. So, let me just go, Rita, where am I now? Go back to that. You kind of have an idea of what your research question is going to be. But Parla also allows for it, that if a change and deviates too much, then you have to go back and request that it be changed. And I don't know if all of you, that is a process. But if you are true to the Parla process, then you cannot not do it because you're not then having the voices heard that you are saying that you are doing. Okay, so it is kind of designing a general thing that you think is going to be coming up, and then you find your way along. Then you have your 3 sub-questions, and each sub-question is dealt with in a cycle. This is actually just a very nice way of putting it down on paper. So cycle 1 will be a research question, cycle 2 will be a research question, and cycle 3 will be your last one that speaks mostly to the action part, because you have to write up your research. Within those circles, or cycles, you constantly plan, act, observe, reflect. You see you are not on the plan we originally had. We need to reflect, reanalyze, replan, okay, into the next cycle. So when you write it up, it looks like that. In actual fact, this is what you do then. During cycle 1, you will have arts-based activities. We had the photo voice on the top. We had discussions in between. We had if I could give you now, draw yourself as a tree. Would you be able to draw yourself as a tree? And then the discussions would come from that. Okay, and the first thing is, what does your tree look like? Okay. I can't say what your tree should look like, because from that, and that is that democratic, reflective deliberations, all of those things, because now I'm saying why my tree looks like this. Okay, some of the interesting things, I think this specific tree was from a great art teacher, and she said this tree offers a lot of shade. It's one of the trees that doesn't need much. Okay, you don't have to water it, it will survive. It's what you call green throughout the year. There are many animals living in her tree. And then she started explaining it, that she feels as a great art teacher, that you are this caring mother, and children often have behavioral issues in the class because they actually feel so safe that they can be comfortable enough to deal with it in the classroom as a teacher. So from a small activity like this, so much data can be generated. Okay. Then you would see the community-based part is the bottom right-hand side, reflective journals, workshop that we had, and then putting our ideas on paper. And just to tell you, none of these were my ideas. You come together as a group, And you work session for session, and the whole group then discusses and comes to a realization of their skills, what they need, and what they would like. Okay, so nowhere in this whole process, you as a researcher is on your own, even during the data analysis part. Putting it down on paper again, that is actually the sessions that stretched over 2 years. Each of those sessions, either a discussion or a photo voice or arts-based, 2.5 hours of discussions, of complaints, of motivation, of friendship, transcribed, put into a thesis. Okay, so that's a very lengthy process. Just one of the photo voice activities. And with this, I just want to also just mention photo voice. Photo voice is a participatory method because it calls on reflection and it calls on critical dialogue because it needs the voices and the perspectives of the people who either took the photo, the narrated parts, or the people who are discussing the photo. Because everybody brings their own perspective and view based on this photo, for instance. Okay, it's not just taking a photo and then putting it there. So one of these, and from this again, a lot of data came, where it was mentioned about, for instance, senior personnel, the views of grade R teachers, the assistance or lack of assistance that they got. Another photo was a robot or a traffic light. Are we American or South African? And then just, this is not the photographer's view. So this is the other participant's view. And putting it all together, you can see how rich an outlook you can get. And then that leads to identifying the challenges that this specific group sits with in this context. And then you link it up with literature. Okay, so another arts-based. And from this came parental involvement. And it's once again one of those words that we throw around, and it's like parental involvement, it means this. But from this we actually got, it wasn't as much parental involvement as parental engagement, which then steered you to literature. What's the difference between the two? Is there a difference? What's the definition of the one? And what are the perspectives, South African and globally, on both of those? And interestingly enough, there were two different experiences in two schools very close to each other. Same community. Okay, if you're wondering about the faces, they are blurred, you won't be able to recognize them. Cycle 3, the action that we took together, we decided this would be the best from our side. If I went with my initial thought, it would have been a workshop presented to parents, for instance, like this. But what we got from the community and the participants in it was that that wouldn't work. If you take into account literacy levels, involvement in the first place, and then engagement, it would have been better to do it in 3 steps. So then we did the community day, where the parents were actively involved, and from there, we got what we actually wanted to do in cycle 1. So that's just, again, drawing it up nicely and putting it into a research, into an article or a thesis or a document, which led to this. So what I'm just trying to show is that every action you take, everything speaks to the next and the next. From this, we could then devise a guide based on the feedback from the parents who participated at the one day. Because from the start, we couldn't get the parents involved. So we needed to get them involved after multiple sessions, and then only we could get to the final guideline that was originally what we proposed in the beginning to set out to do. So because of, like I said, literacy levels, for instance, we then put it together in more simple terms of pictures, thinking that even the child, when they take the book, they will be able to, and it's all CAPS related, be able to follow the steps, what is necessary, what does CAPS expect a grade R learner to do by then. Okay. Yes, thank you. I'll stop here. It's just to show that Paula has its own set of principles that goes with the normal ethics of action research. Thank you very much. Okay. No, that's why I said it's complicated to explain it in one 10 or 15-minute session like this. Because the whole idea behind Paula is that you are, and if people say a focus group in Paula, Prof. Leslie Wood will strangle you, because you do not work with participants, for instance, you work with them as co-researchers, because you are co-creating knowledge. So if I go in with preconceived ideas of what I want, and I want my research questions to be this, and I put it down, I have to, for ethics and all of that, because otherwise nothing will happen. So you need to kind of go in with, I can't say a generic, but these are the things that I think is going to. So it would be experiences. What are the experiences? It's like also like normal questions that you would. So mine was, what are the experiences of parents and teachers regarding movement play? What skills are needed? And then they can't really deviate too much while we are discussing it. But during our sessions, it then came out. It's not that they need computer skills. They needed more knowledge on physical activity. So that's why we eventually came to a thing that we need a professional person in that particular area to come and speak to us to gain more knowledge on physical. So we got a physical therapist, for instance, to do that, and to explain why it's so important for play-based learning. Yeah, so I don't know if that... I was lucky enough not to have to, because it was experiences, and then through this came challenges and positives. It was skills development, which was, and then the last one was, how can we together devise guidelines? Which is kind of, anything can come from that. We could have done a short learning program, we could have written a book, we could have produced whatever. So that's why I say it's kind of a generic thing, and then once you are in the process, you commit, and then together you find the in-depth part that speaks to the, and then you clarify everything throughout. No, I'm done. There is well, this was the kind of a guide that came from this, and it was because it was also discovered that, like we said, that the pregnant moms even need to know what physical activity, healthiness, all of that. So part of that included eventually a 0 to whatever months. We had to draw them. Then the middle part is, if you look in your life skills CAPS books, it actually says coordination, balance. So that's CAPS specific, so that the child also can go to this. Yeah, and just to show you, because some people have this idea that it's not real research. Okay, so because of validity and reliability and generalization and all of these things, it's not supposed to be generalizable because it's close. You do have all your very academic stuff also included in there. Okay. Am I done? Okay.
Okay, thank you for that presentation, Dr. Celia. You can take them out of the foundation phase classroom, but you cannot take the foundation phase classroom out of them. with all the stick humans and all the colors. Very interesting. Okay, so over to you, Dr. Witz.
Thank you so much, Dr. Celia. And colleagues, what I'm going to show you next is really, it's a showcase of my final year student teachers, my 2024 cohort, final year, natural science and technology student teachers, right? They're wonderful products that they delivered at the end of the year, so this is really close to my heart, and it's severely qualitative. Photo voice will again come up, so yeah, let's see. Right, so the title of my demonstration or my presentation today is Demonstrating Pedagogical Content Knowledge through the Development of Educational Science Board Games. Just remember the focus area, intermediate phase teaching, grade 4, grade 5, NST. So just to provide some background, colleagues, we all know that NST, specifically at the grade 4 level, is very complex. Because for the first time, this grade 4 child is now approached or confronted with very abstract, content-heavy and fragmented topics that comes from the sciences. And if you look at the NST syllabus, you see evidence of chemistry, you see evidence of biology, physical science, environmental science, and to an extent also astronomy. And for your grade 4 child, this really creates some form of cognitive overload working with these topics. So apart from the content being quite complex, our textbooks and even the teacher-centered approach followed by some of our teachers are also often fail our students because a grade 4 child, as colleagues mentioned over and over, it's a very unique child in terms of learning diversity and diverse learning needs. So specifically also at the grade 4 level, learners tend to struggle with retaining or retention and content retention of these complex topics. So this begs the question that more should be done as science educators at the grade 4 level to really make our teaching interactive, immersive. And if we talk about interactivity, we're referring to that interactive, engaging learning experience. And if I talk about immersiveness, that's actually where the learner gets lost in the learning experience. And one such way that we can target interactivity and immersiveness is through game-based educations. And you get different types of game-based educations. You get role-playing, you get digital games, but you also get educational science board games. And if we look at the literature around that, it has been found that game-based education has the potential to spark deep learning and scientific reasoning. It's creative and also immersive. So with this all being said, and given all these benefits, I actually just wanted to explore whether my final year natural science pre-service teachers can develop these educational board games, which is all good and well, but through the development of the board games, they must be able to demonstrate the PCK, because that is really what the 4th year level is all about, the science of teaching. So if you talk about the PCK, I'm referring to the knowledge of the curriculum, instructional strategies, the knowledge of pedagogy, knowledge of learner thinking, knowledge of assessment. So can these students develop educational board games that speaks to curriculum, instructional strategies, learner thinking, and assessment? So with that aim in mind, I had to go to my theoretical model. And in this case, I just drew on the work of Schulman again. I think Schulman is tired of his own model by now. And Schulman's model looks at knowledge of curriculum. His PCK model looks at instructional strategies, which now includes active learning and collaborative engagement. If we talk about his thinking around learning thinking, that speaks to visual, auditory, kinesthetic learning, and assessment knowledge is your typical assessment methodology, question types, and feedback mechanisms. And we can actually see an image here of a board game that one of the students created, Science 360, and we can see just how creative it is. We can see the different themes coming out. We can see planets on the left, on the right we can see ESCOM, at the bottom we see the periodic table, at the top we see some form of forest with various cards. If you flip those cards around, you see questions as well, which speaks to the assessment methodology. My research design, this is a typical qualitative research study that I undertook. It's informed by case study. The approach is a qualitative research approach. The design is a case study. And my sample was my 32 final year pre-service teachers, and the data collection techniques very similar to Dr. Tanya's. I used visual evidence and I tried to do a photo voice, and we also recorded the experiences and we allowed the students to speak about these experiences. So if we look at the themes on the left, you'll see there's actual footage of the student explaining how she made use of recycled materials as board game components. And the first theme spoke to curriculum knowledge, because we could actually see that the student created, we could see that the student created a board game, Ludo, and we're all familiar with Ludo. So Ludo, you know science, which is quite interesting. At the grade 4 level, we can see the different elements of content, the strands, life and living is there, matter and materials, planet Earth and beyond, energy and change. So it shows to me, as a teacher educator, that this student actually considered different elements of the CAPS document in terms of the content, so that's curriculum knowledge, right? The student was also able to integrate concepts into the board game design, and there's also some elements of formative assessment. If we look at the second theme that emerged, let me just get this one to play. Okay, so here the students are actually demonstrating the game at the open day, and it was such a cool experience. So we made the recording, and we can clearly see the engagement and the active learning taking place. So this is a sign that the student who created the board game is demonstrating instructional strategies. Because the students, thank you, Sammy. So the students are actually able to pose questions from the board game to the visiting learners in the classroom. We can pick up on the active nature of the lesson, its collaboration, its role-playing, its cross-disciplinary teaching, because some of these cards also touched on life skills, mathematics, and not only natural science. So we can see the excitement amongst the learners and the students who developed the board game. If we look a bit closer to the board game, we can actually see also, again, evidence of instructional strategies, which is one of the core components of the PCK. You know, if we look at, for example, 18, we can see a ladder there. Number 5, all these circles has elements of instructions, what the board game player is supposed to do. So that again speaks to instructional strategies being demonstrated by the student. Regarding assessment methodology, colleagues, which is again, it feeds into the PCK model, clearly the students grasp the ability to plan assessment with board games in mind. We can clearly see here, this is a typical quiz, but the quiz is well structured. The multiple choice questions with the distractors, the stem of the quiz, the different options, everything is there. We can furthermore also see more longer or open-ended questions, although it's not so clear on the screen. And then here also they become a bit more scientific, where they bring in the electrical circuit. You can see at the bottom there's also some diagrams. So I can clearly say that assessment methodology was demonstrated by the students through their development of the board game. Conclusion. So remember, we set out to give the students the instruction to develop these board games, and my expectation was that they need to demonstrate the PCK through the board game. I can clearly say I saw knowledge of curriculum, it was there, because they consulted the CAPS, they developed the board game, instructions comes from the CAPS in the board game, through their teaching to the learners, it was there. I saw elements of instructional strategies, we saw the video. They considered the learners' diverse learning needs in the classroom because they structured activities in the board game in such a way that learners were active, right? So you're cognizant of learner thinking, and the assessment was also, the element of assessment was also there due to the different cards that we saw. So I can conclude that there is some form of stimulated pedagogical thinking in developing these board games, right? And because they covered curriculum content, they were intentional of planning the objective and activities, they were very intentional of assessment, and they also considered the different learning needs of the learners. So future research colleagues could be to explore how one can use board games in, for example, for the mathematics or perhaps technology or even the life skills. And we can also perhaps this is a limitation to my study, investigate learners' benefits in making use of the board game. Fine, I looked at the pre-service teachers developing and using it, but how do the learners actually experience playing it? That's perhaps something we can explore. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Witz. Such an interesting and exciting presentation. I also have a question, but I'll wait for.
Thank you, Dr. Boertes. That was really interesting and very inspiring to see. One of the things I've been thinking about lately was subject-integrated learning.
Yes.
This would be a perfect example because they need to write the instructions, so you can really do some integrated learning with that.
Thank you for that, yeah. And you know, interestingly, with the when the students presented their board games, in fact, you know what they did? They developed the board games, they had a showcasing in the classroom, then they developed their own YouTube channels where they give a tutorial of how the board game works through their YouTube channels. So the students just went over the top of this. They enjoyed it so much. I didn't even give them an instruction to make it interdisciplinary. They just added different things. You know, you need to do 5 push-ups if you fall on block number B or whatever. You know, so physical education again coming into play. So they went out of their way to build these elements into the board game without me even giving the instructions. So it's there.
And I think that builds on the strengths base because now they are bringing their side because they are feeling valued and heard. And okay.
Thank you, Doc. So I think you know that I'm going to ask you about TPEC because you are talking about PCK. I have to ask about TPEC. So I'm curious to know why not technological, pedagogical content knowledge instead of PCK. The reason being that there is an element of technology there that you use. Why not study the TPEC entirely? Because your approach and your findings, they talk about, you can tell that they touch on the aspect of technology. I'm sure you do have a good reason for that.
Dr. Maglo, that's a major flaw in the study. So, yeah, the TPCK, because the educational board game is a form of technology in itself. So, no, it's noted. There's no way I can even respond. And you see, this happens when one of the delegates is a boffin in the field of a particular framework, then he's going to hit you like that. So, no, I take it. Maybe for the next project, the two of us can collaborate and we bring in the TPCK because it's so valid, yeah. TPAC, no, noted. Oh, thank you so much. I'm a lifelong learner.
Thank you. There it goes. Thanks, Dr. Matlo. That's why we have false. You said it's a measure for. That's why we must have false in our research so that we can have future research. Yes. Otherwise, if they are perfect, then we don't have anything else to do next. Yeah. But that's an exciting one to go with. I think throughout the presentations I've said, I've more challenged than asking a question that. So my challenge is, you've got these learners who've developed these games, and The first one is, if we go to Crazy, we go to Pick and Pay, we go to whatever, we buy games that we don't know where they were done, why is this game not,
Sold.
what's the right word to copyright? It's not
Patented.
patent, and why don't we, because this is part of entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial education. They've developed a game. Is it just going to end in the shelves and we go back to buy the Ludo that we know at the shops? That's one. And then the second thing in terms of these games and service learning, not teaching practice, service learning. When we do plan, it's one of our plans, as you know, Dr. Witz, to be more engaged in communities. Why wouldn't we take these games as part of our community engagement in schools, in daycare centers or whatever, where we actually play the games with the children as part of service learning of our students?
That's it. No. Thank you so much, Prof. Future way forward, it's there, Prof. I take note now. We're going to certainly do it. Thank you so much for those suggestions. Thank you. No, Prof will never forget.
And second, future, by the way,
Next week.
the next minute from when you say amen there.
Yeah. No, thank you, Prof. No, we'll do it.
Doc, I had a question, but I think Prof. Tiara just kind of added to it. I was wondering, with so many other things like the coding and robotics that you also mentioned, we do it all here, and then when they go to schools and they become permanent teaching staff at a school, it all goes to, unless you have a very dedicated learner, but the system kind of changes people. And I think that might be the solution, and that is why I'm so passionate about my community and the actual activities that you do, because as long as you continue with that and that lifelong learning, then more people get involved. When you get out of that context, they continue the work, and I think that might be the solution to the to the student teacher, eventual permanent teacher as well.
That's it. And maybe just if I may comment, you know, when the students took it one step further by developing their own YouTube channels, now it's content creation. Some of these students, you must check because I'm also linked to all of their YouTube channels. I actually use their tutorials because they gave a tutorial on how the board game worked. I used that tutorial to give the mark for the board game itself because it's captured. But the comments already from external people across the world on the work that the students are doing, it's wonderful. So the patent idea of Prof, I think it's very, very, very important to sort that out. Thank you.
I think we want to go home.